Welcome to this People's Assembly of the Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent. I'm Paul Divakar. I'm the convener of the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent. Very happy to this marathon session stretching from Japan on the easternmost, and then Brazil to the west end. And here we have, and I'm very happy to have Beena Palikal, who's together moderating the session with me. Over to you, Beena.
Thank you, Paul. Jai Bhim. Welcome to everyone. Johar, salam, namaste, bonjour, buongiorno, hola. I think it's great that we are here today across globally, connecting communities discriminated on work and dissent. So Dalits in South Asia, Burakumin in Japan, and Quilombolas in Brazil, Roma in Europe, the Haratin in Africa, and several other communities. We're so glad you joined us. My name is Beena Palikal, and I'm with the Asia Dalit Rights Forum, a forum that looks at addressing caste-based discrimination in South Asia, the 5 countries of South Asia. Over to you, Paul.
Friends, we have a very interesting mixture of expressions, both cultural expression and the expression of the communities with the voices coming from all these countries. Before we start, I'm very happy to invite Sabrina Swarna. She heads the cultural group called Chindu, a cultural center from the southern part of India. She has great experience. She has been performing for the last several years and also had performances in UK, Germany, and all over the country. And she's expressing the pain and the anger and the challenge of the Dalit communities, especially the Dalit women. Over to you, Sabrina and Suresh, and welcome to you.
The bright sun comes up, she starts another lonely day, praying for the strength to carry on. She gathers up the pieces of her shattered self-respect, tries to find the courage to go on. So many broken people, she is just one more on the outside looking in to a world that's closed the door. Every time the dark moon rises, she remembers how she suffered by an accident of birth, and her spirit falls below the far horizon. She feels less than nothing's all she's worth, and the tears rain down on her suffering and shame, and the dark moon rises once again. It's another lonely day, praying for the strength to carry on. She gathers up the pieces of her shattered self-respect and tries to find the courage to go on. So many broken people, and she is just one more on the outside looking in to a world that's closed the door. Every time the dark moon rises, she remembers how she suffered by an accident of birth, and her spirit falls below the far horizon. She feels that less than nothing's all she's worth, and the tears rain suffering and shame, and the dark moon rises once again.
Thank you so much, Sabrina, for taking us through the dark moon journey of Dalit women, but not willing to be suppressed, not willing to be put down. The resilience you have brought down, thank you very much. This is a song called The Dark Moon, sung by and performed by Sabrina. And we have the whole team with her, Suresh and other team. So thank you very much. Give a good clap for this brilliant performance by Sabrina, telling all of us that despite the dark moon of the ages that we are passing through, despite the journeys that we've had to take, we will not take it lying low, and we will continue to bring our message to whoever it is that is trying to dehumanize us. Friends, the People's Assembly of the Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent is part of the Global People's Assembly, which is being conducted by Global Call to Action Against Poverty and several other partners across the whole, across the UN and several of the countries. We have almost 61 countries who are participating in this Global People's Assembly. And this Assembly of the Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent is part of it. And I once again welcome you all. We have designed this in a way to take us through the several experiences as communities who are discriminated by work and dissent. The Dalits of South Asia, especially India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and also the Burakun community of Japan. And then after Asia, we move over to Africa, and several countries in Africa, especially Mauritania, Mali, Niger, and Senegal, and several other expressions where people similar to the systems that have enslaved people in their respective countries have come together and raised their voice. And we are here together with the Roma community, Roma, Gypsy, Sinti communities in Europe, raising the voice that here again in Europe, you have similar systems that are dehumanizing. And then we go over to Brazil with the leaders in Colombola and the activists sharing with us their experiences and how they are rising. And then we go over to the diaspora in the US, primarily Dalit and other communities who are raising their voice on systems that are excluding and dehumanizing them. And this, we are doing it in the midst of the UN General Assembly, which is looking at how do you implement the Sustainable Development Goals, especially in this era of COVID, which has excluded communities as a whole. The vulnerability that pre-existed before the COVID has been accentuated during the COVID and has affected doubly, triply communities which are intergenerationally have been discriminated. And here we are together, we are taking this as we have come together as part of the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Descent. And all these communities across the globe have come together at the Asia Dalit Rights Forum. You have Trust Africa and the Africa Network Against Discrimination Based on Work and Descent and Against Slavery, and European grassroots Roma organizations, and also the Quilombola Confederation of National Assemblies of Articulation of Quilombola Communities, and the Ambedkar International Mission in the US. So welcome to you all for this, and may I now give this over to ask Bina to take us over to Asia and the countries and the resilience that we see there. Over to you, Bina.
Paul, there is
Before I request Bina, may I request Ingo to come in and share with us about the People's Assembly, Global People's Assembly, the march that is taking place, the social media demands that we're putting forward. So may I request Ingo, who is the Ingo Ritz, who is the global director of the global call to action against poverty, to share with us the objective of the of this assembly. Over to you, Ingo.
Thank you, Paul. So also a very warm welcome from me to the Global People's Assembly. A warm welcome from the Global Call to Action Against Poverty. So we are happy that we brought together people from around the world, organizations of marginalized people from different regions, from global platforms, from national coalitions, to organize this People's Assembly during the UN General Assembly. The high-level debate started yesterday, and you know, yesterday President Biden spoke, so the different heads of state speak this week, and we raise the voices of the people during this week. So we have 23 sessions on different topics from different regions, and I'm very happy that you organize this session of communities discriminated by work and descent, because you are very much affected by the discrimination and by the inequalities. So I would like to invite you, all of you can actually give your messages, your positions into the process. We are preparing also a declaration which will be published tomorrow. But this is, of course, not a one-time process. So we want to have this as a process also for the future. So I'm sharing now this website of the People's Assembly. So you can see, welcome to the virtual People's Assembly. So everything is virtual, of course, but we wanted to have the voices of the people from around the world. So here you can see on the map the yellow stars. Those are national people's assemblies. And then you can see many hearts and also some other symbols. So these are people who wrote their messages. And you can see we have here many in Europe, because this started in Spain, but we really would like to have more from Asia, from Africa, from Latin America. So I would like to invite you to write your message. So you can see this write your message on the map. If you click on it, you get your, you need to write your name and your surname and where you are, your town and country. You can write your email, but then you have to choose between this health, climate justice, inequalities and social justice, and other. So I'm just writing this and this it's not discrimination based on work and descent. So, okay, now I click here, I'm of legal age and accept the privacy policies, and I send this. So if I do this, sorry, I've filled it, I forgot to fill in this fields. So let me say, as I have worked long time in Bangladesh, and I put this as Bangladesh. So okay, now I send this, and then I get this thanks message. It's in Spanish, but then you can see here on the map, my message is written here in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. So what I really would like to encourage, that each of you writes at least one message, so that we get many messages from around the world, and this we can bring to the UN General Assembly. Yeah, that would be really powerful. You can share on Twitter, you can share on Facebook, and here you can see who we are. Also, you can see the program of the Global People's Assembly if you click here, and we are happy if you register for the Global People's Assembly. We have a very nice program, different topics, of course, but tomorrow afternoon or evening, and depending where you are, at 2 p.m. GMT, we will have a Global People's March, where we all come together, we sing together, we chant together, and we do actions on social media together to address the UN General Assembly. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to a great session.
Thank you very much, Ingo. I also once again encourage all of us to log into this map. I think it's very, very important that we not only talk about within ourselves, but our cries should be heard, our shout should be heard at the General Assembly. And this is one way we can put. We have at least 260 million of our communities and maybe more that have not yet been visibilized. I think we should fill this map and make sure that our voice cannot be shut down.
So 2 last points, Paul. One is I put the website here in the chat, so please click on it. And the other, I had registered and sent the link to people, so they are all coming as Ingo Ritz. It's not me always. So if you can change your name, that would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think we have like that several people whose names are the names of the person who sent you the link. So may I request you to look at the name where your picture is there. So kindly change it. I think there is you are given permission to rename yourself. Kindly rename yourself so that we all know that so many people are here. So I now welcome once again Bina and hand it over to you, and she's taking us to a very interior part of Asia. Over to you, Bina.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you for that warm welcome. And it was a great start with Sabrina and Chindu. I think that is really, while she was performing, it was almost so surreal, because the story of the woman and the struggles that Dalit women face. So we're now here in India, in the subcontinent, in South Asia. Thank you, Paul, for your time on this. This will be hosted, this part of the program will be hosted by the Asia Dalit Rights Forum, a little bit of Asia Dalit Rights Forum. It's a collective platform of Dalit organizations from Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Asia works in solidarity with various platforms to mobilize advocacy efforts, the regional mechanisms, and also at the UN level, working specifically on communities discriminated on work and dissent. Today, we have representations from 5 South Asian countries. So we have Nepal, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and then we also have representation from Japan. The first session will be presented by India. We will start with India, where we have 2 speakers and an exciting performance by a rapper. I will introduce the first speaker for you, Ms. Abhirami Jyotishwaran. Abhirami is currently the General Secretary of All India Dalit Mahila Adhikar Manch and is a member of the Asia Dalit Rights Forum and one of the contributors for promoting the Asia Parliamentary Forum for Dalit Concern. She has advocated and lobbied for bringing about the mechanism about the amendment to the SC/ST Prevention of Act in 2015, and has also promoted the campaign towards zero discrimination in school education and works on Dalit women's leadership. So Abhirami, over to you now. You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Jai Bhim. Thank you very much for organizing this program. As All India Dalit Mahila Adhikar Manch, we are happy to be part of this Asia level forum and the global call. As we all know, the violence against women during the COVID period, I would like to highlight in this my 4 minutes of time. The situation of India, like all other countries, has been very terribly affected. When we see a Dalit women in them because of the caste, class, and gender hierarchy, if you see them, they have been very much triple discriminated in a normal situation. This COVID also added a very huge impact towards their livelihood and also the violence. As we all know, the COVID, it has impacted a large amount of livelihood for each and every person, including the Dalit women, where majority of them are laborers, like agriculture laborer, bonded laborer, bricklayer worker. So if you see, the women has been at the marginalized of all the community. So apart from this, when we see the violence during the COVID, it has been increased a lot. Even the government data which has recently has come out, if you see an overall increase of more than 25% of increase when we see the violence against Dalit women in this country. So the main thing I would like to take an incident of Hathras, where we all as a globally people know the incident which happened against a Dalit woman in the state of UP in India. The Hathras, where she went, it is very relevant to this caste-based and labor work-based discrimination. When she went as a laborer to work in a field where we tried to fetch the things from the field, she has been raped by the 4 dominant caste person. So because of this, and later she has been died. Now it is going to be a year in this Hathras case, but we know there are various legislation. Whenever the India speaks in various forums, in the global forum and other things, they say we have all kind of policies, we have all kind of legislation to safeguard each and every citizen of this country. But when we see the implementation, how this has been implemented, just to take up, as we all know, the global pressure is there on this case, the Hathras case, and we know how the administration, the police officials has treated this girl's body when she had died without the consent of the family members. The police official forcefully cremated her. So this is the situation, and we all know there was a lot of pressure, there was a public outcry to make this a public issue. Then the police administration taken it as a serious issue. Even there is the SC/ST Act which prevent the atrocity against Dalit women and Dalits. There is a section called Section 4, there is a part which says if any police official willfully neglect their duty, they will be charged. So cremating doing a forceful cremation without the consent of the family, it attracts the section 4. The public officer has done a offense. So keeping this, the case is still going on even after a year. Now that on the 29th, it is going to be, or 29th of September, it is going to be a year. But even if you see there is no conviction in this case, this is a trial is pending for a long time, more than a year. As you all know, under the Prevention of Atrocity Act, the trial has to be completed within 60 days. So keeping this view in a global pressure, with all kind of pressure from other human rights organizations and international bodies, the case is still pending and the trial is prolonging. So this as an example, we can see if in such a case which got the international attention, even that case we are unable to implement the SC/ST Act, then think about the other cases, how much of cases must have been got the judgment. So keeping this view, we would like to demand some of the things. It's not only we need the policies and the legislation to safeguard the people, and it is the duty of the government to implement it. Implementation of the people's, implementation of the rights of the various acts should be the focus. So that is one of the important thing I would like to say. Apart from this, we also look for the solidarity from the various international bodies, so that these kind of cases should be prevented. This is also one of the, even after having so many cases, the prevention mechanism is very much in a lacuna stage. So we would also demand that there should be enough sufficient prevention methods should be taken up, so this kind of cases can be prevented. This is also we are looking, and also as international bodies, we also look for UN convention to prevent this kind of violation. Apart from CEDA is there, and various international bodies are there, treaties are there, but there should be a special focus for Dalit women and the other marginalized community. So whoever has been affected because of work condition based should given priority, and it has to be handled. So keeping these things in the view, I would like to end for demand with the thing of justice should be provided. Justice delayed is a justice denied. Jai Bhim, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Abhirami. I think it's so important that we look at, if we are looking at actually addressing leave no one behind, we have to look at Dalit women, because they seem to be and are oppressed at the lowest levels. Thank you very much for that information and all the data, and we will definitely keep your demands in mind while reaching out to the UN with I'd like to now call the next speaker, Mr. Rahul Singh, who's currently the General Secretary of the National Dalit Movement for Justice. He's fueled by his passion to work for the cause of Dalits and Adivasis. He's an expert on SC and ST POA Act. For those of you who do not know this is a policy specifically to address the discrimination based on caste in India, and carries over a decade of extensive experience in Dalit human rights monitoring, advocacy, and lobbying on the implementation of various legislations and policy makers. He's one of the key persons who has drafted some of the amendments to this act. Rahul, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bina. Thank you, Paulji, for giving me this opportunity to speak. Friends, I mean, the caste-based discrimination is a highly politicized and sensitive issue in India. And the response of the Indian government, I mean, to the international attention on caste-based discrimination has always been, you know, like it's our internal matter, it's our family matter, since we have constitutional and legislative safeguards already available in India. But even though, I mean, the Indian Constitution abolished untouchability, caste-based discrimination and related violence, I mean, it's rampant across the country. I mean, despite all these constitutional and legislative safeguards for the protection of 201 million Dalits, I mean, violations of their fundamental human rights continue on a massive scale. The atrocities have not only grown, but with the neoliberal scenario and rapidly changing economic landscape, caste vulnerabilities and marginalization has actually escalated with new manifestations of caste hatred and atrocities against Dalits. Over the last few years, I mean, in our experience, we have seen the audacity with which these crimes are committed. I mean, it suggests a complete absence of fear of consequences among dominant caste communities. And these crimes, I mean, range from lynching, mob violence, brutal rapes, and gang rapes. And what is happening across the country is like the perpetrators, they are making videos and they are circulating this on social media and taking this as a pride. Friends, recently in West Champaran, one of the districts of Bihar, a Dalit minor girl, she was brutally raped and objects were inserted in her private parts. She was not admitted in the hospital. The local police even refused to lodge the initial complaints. It was only after human rights defenders linked with our organizations, they intervened, a complaint was lodged. So far, the victim has not even paid compensation under any law. Similarly, in another incident in one of the states of India, a Dalit pregnant woman was sexually assaulted and she was beaten up along with her family members. She was kept captive for 4 days by the dominant caste men. Later, I mean, what we heard is the family was harassed by the police officials. They were not taken for medical treatment. The police, I mean, didn't lodge the FIR immediately. It was only after 7 days that the FIR was lodged. The initial complaint was lodged. Till date, no section of rape has been added to the first information report. Neither any compensation has been paid to the victim. The victims are constantly being threatened. So this is what is happening across the country. I mean, now talking about the legislation, the policy, I mean, it has been 32 years since the Indian Parliament enacted this law, which is called as Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act. And this law was brought to put an end to targeted, caste-based crimes against Dalits and Adivasis. But for the last one decade, I mean, as per government data, around 5 lakhs crimes have been committed against Dalits and Adivasis. And these are the crimes which have been registered with the government officials. There are lakhs of crimes which are not registered and have been compromised, where victims have been forced to compromise. So those crimes do not figure in government figures. So overall, for the last 1 decade, you can imagine 5 lakhs crimes. And on an average, if you see, if you calculate 5 members per family and multiply by 5, it will come around 25 lakhs. So more than 25 lakhs Dalits and Adivasis have been affected by these crimes. On an average, if you see, I mean, yearly average, around 27,000 crimes are being committed against Dalits and Adivasis. Daily average comes around 72 crimes. So, and the conviction rate under this special law, which is Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act, is very, very low. It's around 25%. And this is average for the last 1 decade. Now, coming to our experience with the police, I mean, our experience says that number of ways police, really ensure that cases are not registered at all under this specific legislation. I mean, they are discouraging Dalits from registering cases, and instead they are encouraging compromises with the accused. They are refusing to register cases under SCs and STs PO Act, Prevention of Atrocities Act, or they are not registering under proper sections. They are even threatening victims into silence, or even inflicting violence on victims. They are even, police officials, they are foisting false cases against victims at the behest of the accused persons. So now coming to the judiciary, I mean, in 2018, I mean, the Supreme Court of India, which is the apex court of India, drastically diluted the key provisions of the SCs and STs PO Act, Prevention of Atrocities Act. And I feel, I mean, even the judiciary has showed prejudice and similar reviews, on this legislation, on this legislation, Atrocity Act, are being filed in different high courts of India, which are still pending disposal. So this is what I wanted to say. I mean, at each and every level, whether it's police,
the whole time, just wrap up. Yeah.
Whether it's police or the judiciary, every level, this caste-based discrimination exists. Lastly, I would like to focus on 2 things as recommendations. I mean, the Indian government should seriously look into the list of issues which are raised by Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination recently to the Government of India, and robustly enforce and implement the SCs and STs PU Act 1989. And also the National Human Rights Commission and the other human rights institution, they should also take greater responsibility in addressing the violence against Dalits and Adivasis in India. So thank you so much. Thank you. Jai Bhim.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahul. I think that was fantastic. I think through your the part that you have said, you focused on how the systems are actually not working, whether it be the policies, whether it's be the implementation. And Abhirami focused on the Dalit women's issues. So when we look at both these issues put together, we can see that one of the demands that we've always made is we just don't want a change, but we want a system change. And these are two sides of a coin to see that how systematically and the systems have to change for us to address. So thank you very much, Rahul, and thank you very much, Abhirami. But now I'm going to go to an exciting part of this program. Many times we have always seen that, many children, many youth come up, taking up different talents. Recently we came to know that a young boy climbed one of the highest peaks, a Dalit boy, 8-year-old boy climbed one of the highest peaks in Europe. And we keep on seeing young icons within, and this is one such icon. I'm so excited to introduce rapper Dhule Rocker, who is, his name is Dhuleshwar Tandi, has a BSc in chemistry and hails from Kalahandi, Orissa in India. Rapper Dhule was influenced by other rappers and used his struggles as a source of inspiration. He says that when he learned about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the caste system and religion, he used that in the lyrics of his songs. He says that he raps about truth, injustice, casteism, politics to influence change in the country. I'm a big fan, and I'm sure by the end of this performance, all of you will be fans. Continue to follow him on YouTube and encourage him. Dhule ji, this is your time now.
Thank you so much, dear madam. Jai Bhim to all of you. मेरा आवाज थोड़ा चेक कर लीजिएगा. हेलो.
We can hear you. We can hear you. सुनाई दे रहा है आपका, क्लियर है आपका आवाज.
मैं ये सुनाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, जो बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक वो थोड़ा चेक कर लीजिएगा, सुनाई दे रहा है. ये आ रहा है सर.
थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक थोड़ा कम कीजिए.
अभी
हाँ, अभी आप कुछ बोलो.
हेलो.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I start, ma'am?
Please start.
मैंने अभी एक संविधान के ऊपर बनाना परफॉर्म करूंगा. जय भीम टू ऑल ऑफ यू. जय भीम. स्टेट ऑफ इंडिया. हम लोग लड़ते आ रहे, लड़ते रहेंगे, और जब तक न्याय के ऊपर सवाल उठेगा हम तक लड़ते रहेंगे. क्या
जिसने पढ़ा के नौकरी दिया, जिसने वो संविधान जिसने बदन पे कपड़े पहनाया, जिसने सड़क पे चलना सिखाया, जिसने वो संविधान. तो तुझे अधिकार दिया जिसने, बोलने का हक दिलाया जिसने, के नौकरी दिया जिसने, वो संविधान, वो संविधान। तुझे पानी पिलाया जिसने, बदन पे कपड़े पहनाया जिसने, सड़क पे चलना सिखाया जिसने, वो संविधान, वो संविधान। वो पुरानी जब रात में मिसाल था, सब रहते थे भाई भाई, नन्हे मुन्ने छुई मुई, सब थे खेत में कमाने वाले, वजन लेके पहाड़ों पे चढ़ने वाले, जंगली जानवर को दौड़ा के पौष्टिक आहार खाने वाले। हाँ, गुजर गए सदियां, सिंधु गोदावरी गवा और भी कितने नदियां, दिखा काली बादल खून लड़पत आंचल, जात में साथ में कितनों ने पकड़ा दिया धर्म, शूद्र पे लटका मटका झाड़ू, खुद के गले में रुद्र। अपना खोल और बोल के ये नहीं था, कितने खतरनाक वो दिन थे, कोसों दूरी फासला रखते, उनके चोचले खत्म तभी अपनी बारी आते थे। फैलाया झूठ है, लूट है, जन्म मृत्यु पंजीकरण, 7 दिन तक शुद्धिकरण, तब से लेके अब तक है, आते रहेंगे काना कानून जब टेलिंग द ट्रूथ। तुझे अधिकार दिया जिसने, बोलने का हक दिलाया जिसने, बढ़ा के नौकरी दिया जिसने, वो संविधान, वो संविधान। तुझे पानी पिलाया जिसने, बदन पे कपड़े पहनाया जिसने, सड़क पे चलना सिखाया जिसने, वो संविधान, वो संविधान, वो संविधान, वो संविधान, वो संविधान, वो संविधान। सरकार जवाब दे, जवाब दे, सरकार जवाब दे, जवाब दे, सुन। हाँ, गर्भवती माँ गुटे पेटे छुआ धरी की ना, 1000 किलोमीटर खाली पादे चाली की ना, फिर से गा के सरकार फिर ना के फुकुता खाली चा के बालकोनी ने बसी था, एने छने देखू था, तेने छने देखू था, और मोरो प्रिय भाई भौणी मने बोली की ना, से डायलॉग के घुसू था। हाँ, अब बूट सुर पर गाड़ी बुकी ना निचके बना साहेब तमे इलेक्शन आले मुंह देखा सब बाकी टाइम ने गायब तमे राजनीति खूब सीखी छ, ठगबाटा जानी छ, आमर नाना आला पसा सब तमे खाऊ छ, लुकै छ, ठकू छ, टैक्स भी तो नौ छ, सब कथा कहमी के तमे एक्टिंग खूब सीखी छ। हाँ, हैने भेजा भी कुमार खैसी, मद भी प्राइज पैसी, गरीब जैसी फसी धनी एरोप्लेन में घर ऐसी। हाँ, जदि भूकर लोग के खिलावा के खाना नहीं ने, जदि घर घर के पूजावा के बस नहीं ने बोले तो इलेक्शन प्रचार टाइम मान के केनु ऐसी, केनु ऐसी, केनु ऐसी। सरकार जवाब दे, जवाब दे, सरकार जवाब दे, जवाब दे, सुन। हाँ,
very fact that we are wearing clothes to having clean drinking water is given through rights through the Constitution. So the power of Constitution. I'd also like to inform everybody that the Constitution was drafted and written by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who is from the Dalit community. And so that has given us so much power as a community. And the second song is more, relevant at the global level. He's asking Jawab De. Jawab De is, you have to respond, you have to give accountability. So he's asking accountability from the government, that sarkar jawab de, that means government, give us an answer. You have to respond that why people are poor, that why migrants had to walk so many miles during the COVID, and a pregnant woman has had to give birth during COVID. This is some of the things that he's asking the government to give a response to, and not just come to us during elections, but ensure that we have that you're able to be accountable for all this. I also would like to say that although he's got a BSc degree, before the COVID, because of several issues, he had to go as a migrant worker to another state, and so he feels the sadness and the struggles that the migrant workers have gone. And this song is what made him famous just after the COVID crisis, when he sang about the migrant crisis. So thank you very much, Jai Bhim, rapper Dule Rocker. You're fantastic and you rock. And we wish you all the best. And we hope that all of us here can continue to follow his journey, encourage him, call him, for our events, so that we can give him more visibility and we can really rock it with him. Thank you very much, Jai Bhim. I would now like to move on from India to Pakistan. We have a great group of speakers from Pakistan. We have Mr. Pirbu Lal Satyani and Romaz Bhatti, followed by a performance by Asif Shein. I'd like to call on Pirbu Satyani, who's a Fulbright Hubert H. Humphrey Scholar and Minority Fellow of the UN Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. He has a master's in philosophy from University of Sindh, along with 15 years of extensive experience working with national and international organizations. Pirbu, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bina. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us opportunity to participate in the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Descent and speak on the issues of Dalit in Pakistan. If you see around the context of Pakistan, because it is little how different from the other countries like Dalits in India or in Nepal, but Pakistan is also a diverse country with various religious and ethnic background people, and where Muslims are in majority. However, Muslim is the dominant religion of the country. But if we see the general situation of human rights in Pakistan, that's not satisfactory since long time. The country is passing from so many challenges in which the increasing poverty, inflation, and religious extremism are the biggest problem of Pakistan. The religious minority and particularly Dalits are the worst affected of this growing extremism and intolerance in the society. The religious, social, caste discrimination has segregated them further from the majority. As a result, which number of problems has emerged and affected their life badly. Particularly, the attitudes of the state has not changed towards the minorities and the Dalit community, and they face so many challenges, and we from the different countries are almost aware about the problem. But today I will like to highlight the issues of the sanitation workers in Pakistan. Mostly they are from the Dalit community, because if you see in Pakistan, the sanitation work is largely reserved for the non-Muslim communities, particularly Dalits, from the Hindus and Christian communities, the low-caste communities. And they face double discrimination because of their profession and their faith and the caste, and women also because of their gender. The systematic discrimination both at institutional level and social level, there is general, the perception and stigma attached with this profession that sanitation work can only be done by the non-Muslim people. So you see the irony, in the country, this work is only, that can be taken by the non-Muslim and from the low-caste people. The other people cannot do it. But the situation is recently, today I have received one of the posts from the social media where it was found that, the 8 to 10 people from the Muslim community, they are on the sanitation, they are sanitary workers in the record, they receive the salary, but they don't work. Therefore, it increases the burden of those sanitary workers who are from the marginalized community. And whenever, the government and the different departments, they advertise the job for the sanitary workers, they set the criteria like a qualification, and they literally they write on the advertisement that non-Muslim can only apply for this work. And we have written in response to those departments that how you can discriminate. On the other side, your constitution and article says about the equality, and other side you are writing in your ad that only non-Muslim can apply for this job. And one time, even I can remember the one of the incident that was held in July 2017 in Hyderabad Municipal Corporation has invited application for the job of sewerman with condition that non-Muslim can only apply. But there were also some other condition. It was written on the ad that, you know, those people who can apply, they have to take an oath on their religious holy book like a Gita or Bible that they will not engage in any other work except sanitary worker and will never refuse to carry out this work. So they were asked to bound that they will only do this work. So, you know, this is the clear violation of the Pakistan Constitution and also the violation of the ILO Convention 111 that prohibits discrimination in employment. Along with this, we have a 5% job quota for the non-Muslim communities in Pakistan. And before the 5%, there was 6%, especially reserved for the scheduled caste. But unfortunately, that quota was abolished in 1998. But now we have 5% job quota, and that job quota is, you know, the addition to the merit, but across the board in all grades. In last year, I can remember I visited several departments in my province and in other provinces like in Punjab and Islamabad, and we just, you know, asked the question from their concerned departments or universities that how many staff you have, and what about the quota from the non-Muslim community? How many do you have? Then we have from. Then we asked on which position they are. Then they said we have sanitary workers. We are giving 100% quota to these communities. So you can see how the institutional discrimination exists in the country. But on the other end, if you see the general situation of these community in Pakistan, these community live in the rural areas with lack of basic facilities such as water, health, and sanitation. So they are cleaning the street, roads, and other places, but their own colonies, you know, they are living in miserable condition. And majority of these people, they work on contract basis, daily wages since years. And there is no job security, no job regularization, and they are temporary. Even there is no as such a minimum wage for this community. However, because they are on the contract base, so there is no as such other benefit from the government side, such as you know, the health insurance or pension or anything else. Even many of them, because I was working on the sanitary workers in 2019 extensively.
If you can just wrap up, please.
Yeah, just, you know, give me 1 minute. So they were, you know, the complaining that they do not receive their wages on the time. So you can see, you know, how their situation is, and many of the cases we have been reported in the media that the sanitary workers died due to the toxic gases. In one of the incident, you know, one of the sanitary worker, he got unconscious and he was taken to the hospital in Umarkot. But the doctor, you know, sitting in the hospital, he refused that he cannot touch his body. He said, first wash the body and then I can, you know, treat him. And ultimately he was died. And we did a fact finding of the incident. And then, but you know, there is no anything. So there are so many incidents in different cities. Until today, there is no as such a safety measures. There is no such a protection. Even then, during the COVID time, these, you know, the sanitary worker on the front line, giving their services, but there was no as such, you know, for their protection or PPEs were provided. Even the Supreme Court said clearly that, you know, the sanitary workers must be provided the safety kits, but they haven't received anything else. So, you know, recently there is a debate because this community is also, you know, the Dalit community, and we need to listen their voice, and because they are facing a discrimination because of their work and caste. on the regular basis. And there is no as such, the legislation within the country. Like in India, there is, the prohibition that no one can send a sewerman to the manhole without safety gears. But in Pakistan, there is no as such. So therefore, we are demanding first, they need to be regularized. They need to be given the pension and other benefits. And also, there should be a legislation that it is illegal to send any sewage worker into gutter without any safety gears. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pirbu. I think thank you for sharing that situation from Pakistan. Thank you so much for sharing that situation from Pakistan. I think it's very evident that how caste operates, with the minority, keeping the intersectionality of minority religions, because it's mostly people from Hindu religion and Christian religion who are actually involved in sanitation work. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank Zulfikar ji from the who has been putting in the chat the situation of the Dalits and the women and people engaged in the sanitation work. Mr. Romas Bhatti, next, if you can go, is a community activist and ex-minorities council member, Hyderabad. He's very active and works for youth, minority and sanitation workers' rights in Sindh. He belongs to the Christian minorities in Pakistan. So are you there? I'm not sure if you're there.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Namaste. जी मैं रोमस भट्टी मिनॉरिटी से पाकिस्तान से बात कर रहा हूँ और सर प्रभु ने बता दिया होगा यहाँ जो मिनॉरिटी के साथ इशू हैं सैनिटरी वर्कर्स के साथ, तो ये बेसिकली हमारे जो सैनिटरी वर्कर हैं कोविड में भी इन्होंने काफ़ी काम किया है, तो उनको जो काम के हवाले से जो मिलने चाहिए मेहनत वो बिल्कुल नहीं मिल रही थी। तो एक्टिविटी जितनी भी थी उनकी सैनिटरी वर्कर्स की, उनको अलाउंस का भी इशू है, सैलरीज का भी इशू है, और जो कोविड में जो काम करते हैं कुछ जो अलाउंसेस मिलते हैं उनका भी इशू है, उनको नहीं मिल रहे थे। तो काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम का शिकार हैं यहाँ ना पाकिस्तान में सैनिटरी वर्कर, और कुछ सैनिटरी वर्कर्स ऐसे भी हैं जिनको सेफ्टी किट्स भी फ्राहम नहीं की जाती, जो इदारे हैं जो सेवरेज का काम करते हैं, ड्रेनेज का काम जो करते हैं, उनको भी ये बहुत ज़्यादा इशू है, मसले मसाइल पेश आते हैं उसमें।
Towns and the cities and sanitation workers faced so many challenges regarding no safety kits and also unsafe working conditions, and we were really struggling with the situation, and we were literally, putting our lives in such a risky conditions just because, just to make sure that all people from the society should be safe, and not to because of the, not only because of the sanitation worker, all the children and the women and the community people should not affect, and we made sure that we could contribute from our side for the healthy communities and healthy environment in the communities. We were also struggling to get the safety kits, masks, and we also demanded social security schemes and also acceptance from the all community people, but we could not be able to get all these right-based things.
Across South Asia, this is the issue, and definitely in Pakistan it is with the minorities. Thank you so much for that. I would like to now go to introduce Mr. Asif Shen. Asif Shen is sanitation worker in the department of Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. Partially, he's working as a video maker. Besides singing is his hobby. He believes that his community is not only born to carry sanitation, do sanitation work, but they have several other good skills and talents if they receive the platform and opportunities to showcase their skills. We believe that too, that no child or no youth is different from the other youth. If given the right opportunities, they will all do extremely well. So over to you, Mr. Ashif Sen, and we're looking forward to hearing you. Dipanshu, we can't hear. I don't know if it's just me or the others as well.
Unable to hear.
Okay, Dipanshu, no one is able to hear. Can you choose the audio video at the bottom of the page? No, can we come back once you get the technically sorted out? Sorry, we'll come back. Dipanshu, if you can get that sorted out, we'll come back to that. Thank you. Thank you, all the two speakers from Pakistan. Now we move to Nepal, where we have Sabitra Pariyar and Hari Bishwakarma, who will then be followed by a song by Raj Sagar. So just to introduce Harilal Vishwakarma, who has 4 decades of work experience in the field of rights and development of the most marginalized people. He worked for international organizations, Save the Children, US ActionAid, Nepal for more than 2 decades. He's also worked as a team lead and policy advisor for Dalit Empowerment, an inclusion project funded by DFID and owned by the Dalit NGO Federation. Mr. Vishwakarma, the time is yours. Just one announcement: there are many Ingos in the in the program. So can you please change your name so that we know who you are? Thank you very much. Is Mr. Vishwakarma here? Hello? Can we go to the next speaker? Or is, hello?
Yeah, Mr. Vishwakarma is here, but
okay,
I don't know whether he...
Okay, he's saying his audio is not working. So we go to the next speaker. Sabitra, if you can get yourself ready. Sabitra Pariyar is a member of the CDWD community, is associated to the Dalit community of Nepal. She has worked in several NGOs and INGOs, namely Central Bureau of Statistics, Plan Nepal International, and DNF. She has contributed mainly to development issues of women, children, and Dalits. Sabitra has spent a significant time of her job career in DNF. She joined in the capacity of project. If you can come on and speak, please.
Yes, namaste. Thank you so much, Bina madam.
Thank you.
I think Hira sir is preparing. Shall I start?
Yes, please. You go ahead. You go ahead, and then we bring in Hira later. Yeah.
Is he ready now?
Yes, Sabitra, please go ahead.
Namaste, good evening to you all. Greetings from Nepal. I'm Savitra from here. Now I'm representing from my hometown, Ithori Sansari. Respected.
Okay, just one second, Savitra. Can the host please mute everybody?
Okay.
Okay. And Sabitra, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm viewing your video in the other way around, so it's not straight.
Okay. Now?
Yes, perfect. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. It was just kept opposite side. Okay. Thank you so very much, Bina Madam, for this great opportunity. And first of all, I would like to thank especially GFOD for organizing such a huge and historical event today, collecting all on the board from across the world on who have been working for the rights of and fighting for the rights of CDWD community in different way. And today, I'd like to the program which was differently prepared, and I was also supposed to do something from a side, was not possible due to my health issues of my father. Anyway, I just try to make it possible by doing something today. Before to start my presentation, I would like to just give thanks to you all and respected personalities, intellectuals, human rights activists, Dalit rights activists who have been participating in this forum today. I'd like to express my special gratitude from Nepal and on behalf of the Dalit committee from Nepal. Dalit community who the term CDWD community which considers the discriminated people based on this work and descent are mostly considered in Nepal is Dalit. And I am also, being as a Dalit community, I have been working for a long time for the promotion and protection of Dalit rights here in Nepal, being in different organizations, which was already shared by Bina Madam. And today, I would also like to share my happiness that I have been also joining as a right expert with this forum, great forum. And the Dalit community who have been facing discrimination in Nepal for thousands of years, and discrimination, which is badly and deeply entrenched in the mindset of every section of the society and people, and which has been always big deal for the Dalit community for their holistic underdevelopment in every space of their life. And besides that, the women, Dalit women, who comprises the more than half percent of the whole population of the Dalit community, have been facing multiple times of discrimination, being as class and caste and gender, which is universally have accepted. And today, I think the whole problem which has been facing by the Dalit community in Nepal will be covered through by our Hira sir in his presentation. So I just like to add my few feelings, what I feel about the Dalit community, my opinion. I just like to share here. I feel there is still a big gap fill up for the Dalits to overcome their every situation of marginalization, humiliation, and discrimination they face. In Nepal, for the Dalits to be empowered and attain their accepted human personality will still need to overcome the following existence situation that is directly and indirectly affecting improvement in the situation of Dalits' life. Absence of, number one, absence of Dalits in implementing bodies, which is the most important part we have to look at. State apathy can be apparently seen in all plans and programs implementing bodies of the government. This has to be crucial bottleneck against Dalit in several ways. Likewise, number two, no concreted effort. Dalit movement is all dispersed and isolated. The negligence of the state has arisen in the absence of the joint struggles, which I have felt this way. Likewise, number three, lack of political pressure. There is a significant presence of Dalit in the politics now, but there is still They are all divided under the banner of the political party they have taken alliance with. The issues of Dalits get hardly raised and heard in the parliament. It is not because there are no Dalit parliamentarians, but because they have diverse opinions, not common voice bargaining. So I suggest and will recommend these basic issues at the current time is of huge significance to address if Dalit or CDWD community really seeks to be independent, empowered, and dignified. Thank you. And today on this forum, I'm trying to give some messages from one of the most famous singer who has sang song to grace the voice of our community through his song. And the key messages of the song I just like to read out. I came out the breaking the hell that you trapped me in, which was written by the famous writer Mr. Dulal, who has contributed for a long time in this movement, and has been a great renowned leaders for the community. Hey man, with the heart, is your heart all right? You tried your best by pouring melted metal in my hearts, but still you couldn't stop me from bearing my knowledge and skills. While I was working on metals to make them flower and working on land to make them fertile, you declared me untouchable without respecting the value of my toil. Hey man, with ethics, is your ethics all right? You boycotted me and threw me away, but you couldn't live without me. I was decorating for your well-being and handling your risk, but you always troubled me and gave trouble to yourself. You never tried to understand and my skills and the value of my work. Hey, so-called touchable man, are you aware now or still ignorant? Thank you. These are the key points that the songs was messaging to us. Now I'd like to request to play the song to Bina Madam. Can you?
Yes, thank you, Savitra. Yeah.
तिमीले धुनेको नर्कलाई तोडेर यहाँ आइपुगे हजारौं वर्ष हिँडेर तिमीलाई सोध्न आइपुगे तिमीले धुनेको नर्कलाई तोडेर यहाँ आइपुगे हजारौं वर्ष हिँडेर तिमीलाई सोध्न आइपुगे ए मन भएको मान्छे मनलाई सन्चै छ कि बिरामी ए मान्छे मनलाई सन्चै छ कि बिरामी फलाम बगाली कानमा दाग्यौ तर सकेनौ मेरो ज्ञानलाई छेक्न फलाम बगाली कानमा दाग्यौ तर सकेनौ मेरो ज्ञानलाई छेक्न म धातुलाई फुल चाहिँ फुलाउँदै थिए म धरतीलाई उर्वर बनाउँदै थिए छुन नहुने अछुत बनायो तर सकेनौ मेरो सम्मानलाई बुझ्न तर सकेनौ मेरो सम्मानलाई बुझ्न ए इमान भएको मान्छे इमानलाई सन्चै छ कि बिरामी ए मान्छे इमानलाई सन्चै छ कि बिरामी बहिष्कार गरी हुत्याइदियौ तर सकेनौ तिमी म बिना जिउन बहिष्कार गरी हुत्याइदियौ तर सकेनौ तिमी म बिना जिउन म तिम्रो शुभलाई सजाउँदै थिए म तिम्रो अशुभलाई सम्हाल्दै थिए दुःख दिएर दुखी नै भयौ तर सकेनौ मेरो सिपलाई बुझ्न तर सकेनौ मेरो
Thank you very much. Is Mr. Bishwakarma ready to speak? Hira ji? Hira ji?
Is it possible to quickly say a few words about the meaning? Because we could.
Sabitra has already said the meaning, Paul. She actually said the whole song. That's why I'm not repeating it. If Mr. Hira is taking some time, I'll go to the next country. But before I go, there is a concern that somebody has raised regarding why aren't we looking at minority issues. I would just like to say, I think this Shabnam Rashid, just to say, no offense taken. However, we are from the community discriminated based on work and descent. So most of us are from the Dalit community, and this whole program and this whole event is based on the discriminated communities like Dalits, Roma, and therefore that's why our focus is not on the minority communities, but there are other platforms and conferences that are happening on minority communities. Thank you. I think if Hiraji is still having technical issues, I would like to move to Bangladesh. Namaskar, Bangladesh. I hope you're all prepared. We have a presentation by Kailash Rabidas, followed by two performances from Mr. Uttam Kumar Bhakta and Partho Das and Bikash Kumar Tanti. First, we have Kailash Rabidas, who is a human rights activist working at Nagrik Udyog. Very energetic and passionate, and a friend of mine. He belongs to the Dalit community, one of the most marginalized and vulnerable communities in Bangladesh, and also the joint organizing secretary of Bangladesh Dalit and Excluded Rights Movement. Kailash ji, if you can go next. And the host, please mute those who are not speaking. Thank you.
Hirabai is able to speak now. Can he do that now?
Is Hiraji able to speak now?
Yes, Bina, I can speak now.
Okay. Please go ahead. So I'd request Kailash, just wait for 2 minutes, and after this you can come.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Bina. First of all, I would like to thank this STEAM forum for allowing me to speak on behalf of Nepalese Dalit and about the effect.
Hiraji, I'm sorry, but there is some we can hear two voices. So I don't know if there's another system that's on in the same where you're sitting, or.
If you can.
Yes, my computer is not working, so I'm using my mobile.
So if you can shut the computer off, so I mean completely. Otherwise, what happens is then it is an echo.
Okay, but I need to see some of my presentation, so
okay.
I cannot.
Okay, please go ahead. Please
put it
go
down.
ahead. Okay.
You can mute your laptop, Hiraji.
Oh yes, I couldn't do that. That is why. Anyway, now I can.
You can also.
I have just muted. With regard to effect of Corona pandemic on the lives of Dalit, I would like to share what we experienced as well as what we did. During the last year, all of us had a very severe lockdown, as a result of that, our life was almost paralyzed, and nobody could move, and people had to stay in their homes, and then they were not able to do any of the work. And particularly the Dalit community had to rely on the relief support provided either by the government or by the different agencies working in Nepal. And then during that time, DNF did a quick assessment of the effect of Corona on the lives of Dalit. And then we had some very important data of the effect. And then what we found was uh, many of the respondent among the Dalits were agriculture worker, and then had to depend on the daily wages being paid by agriculture, and then at that time they could not do at all. And then at the same time, uh, as I said, they had to really rely on the relief provided by the government, and then relief was not either reaching them or they were not able to take the advantage of it. Likewise, the awareness level of the COVID itself was not very high among them. As a result of that, they were not able to take appropriate preventive measure, and then they had to suffer a lot. If I take the recent data of the COVID effect on Dalits, then as we all know that the deaths among Nepal is not so high. It is said to be 1.5% of the total affected or positive people. And then as of now, 11,051 people have died because of COVID. And then since we do not know their names, but still we think that more than 25% of the dead people from COVID must be from Dalit community, because they are the migrant workers who went to India or other countries and returned back home with being infected. And then since they do not have proper care as well as access to proper treatment, as a result of that, they reach hospital at the last moment, and then they cannot get proper treatment. As a result of that, the death must be very high, though it has to be confirmed with actual data. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, the names are not relieved, so it is very difficult for us to assess who the dead people are. And with regard to other economic and social impact, the Dalits, as we all know that the pandemic or calamities does not discriminate based on the caste and gender, but its effect is very, very different among caste and gender. And then obviously, as I said earlier, in our survey, we found that 66% of the respondents were casual workers. So they did not have any regular work. And then since all the factories and even agriculture work were not being done, they were deprived of the economic activities as well. And then not only that, some of the small farmers who were dependent on the selling the vegetables and other products, again were deprived of not being able to sell in the market. And then especially the Dalits were affected a lot because they did not have direct access.
Hiraji, if you can wrap up.
Okay, I will do that. And then the government had policies of distributing relief, and then the government had clearly stated that it should be distributed among the casual workers and then informal sector workers, pregnant women, Dalits, and other vulnerable communities. And then this policy was not followed mostly by the ward representative, which is the lowest administrative unit of the government. They distributed on the basis of voters who actually voted them. They were more inclined to distribute the relief to their voters only. So that also discriminated a lot. And then quite a lot of deaths in the quarantine occurred, and then many of them were Dalits, and then even the pregnant Dalit women died in the quarantine. And then there were many media reports, and then though government said that no one will die because of the hunger, but it was the one Dalit who died of the hunger called Mr. Malar Sada. And then above all, a very teenage person called Raju Sada, who returned from Gujarat of India, who used to work in a local restaurant, got sick in quarantine, and then he was not given attention by the caretaker of the quarantine, and then he was lately admitted into the hospital. And then because of the diarrhea, he died, and he was just 16 years old. And that clearly showed that the Dalits were discriminated at every stage during the pandemic. With regard to what is being done now, fortunately,
you really need to wrap up.
Yeah, okay, I'm wrapping.
Yes,
The
thank
government
you.
has already vaccinated about 1/3 of the people, and then there are many Dalits who have been vaccinated. So that is a good aspect of the government side. However, the other effect that the Dalits were facing, especially social and economic, as well as the violence cases, are not being addressed properly. Neither the international agencies who are working in Nepal are paying sufficient attention to the problem. And then we from the civil society side are trying our level best to advocate with the government and other agencies to address the problem of Dalit. As you may know that the foreign aid is very much shrinking in Nepal, and then not much attention being paid to the issues of inclusion, vulnerability, as well as poverty. So we see lots of challenges in the years ahead. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation and would like to thank you all for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiraji, for that great data that you're providing us. I think that's really critical to see how the impact of COVID has been on our communities. I'd now like to ask Kailashji to please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Vinadi, for my nice introduction. And thank you all participants.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have a small presentation. I trying to present my presentation within 5 or 6 minutes. And next we have two performers, Uttam Kumar Dada and others. So I start my presentation. Introduction. Bangladesh is one of the most density population country in the world. Its situation in South Asia, bordering the Bay of Bengal Sea between India and Myanmar. Total area is Bangladesh, we know, 148,460 square kilometer. More than 40 years struggle, Bangladesh has reduced the poverty rate from over half of the population to less than a third. Achievement Millennium Development Goal for maternal and child health, and made great progress in food security. Bangladesh regularly falls prey to a series of natural calamities, including floods, cyclones, drought, and increasing salinity in soil and water. The COVID-19 pandemic is rampant over countries across the globe, and Bangladesh is also facing its share to sharp impact both items of lost lives and slowdown of economy. Actually, now I introduce the DW community in Bangladesh. The DW community discrimination based on work and descent is widely known as Dalit and socially excluded community in Bangladesh. They are discriminated on their traditional occupation-based identity, caste hierarchy, and often for manual job. Approximately 6.5 million Dalit in Bangladesh, belonging to more than 18 communities, are identified based on their occupation identity. The occupation rank from cleaning, shoe making or shoe repairing, fishing, washing, poverty, pig rearing, bamboo basket making, sanitation workers, day laborer, among others. The prevalence of COVID-19 in Bangladesh. The first confirmed case of COVID-19 was identified in Bangladesh 8 March 2020. The situation is Epidemial Disease Control of Research IDECR is a Bangladeshi government organization. First got the extent of coronavirus is 3%. The first due a coronavirus outbreak occurs in Bangladesh 18 March 2020. According to IDECR, a total 15,44,238 people in Bangladesh are affected by coronavirus till 20 September 2021. Among them, 27,251 died and 50,306 recovered. More than 70% of total disease and death occur in the capital city in Dhaka. Data and intakes on COVID-19 on Dalit communities in Bangladesh. COVID-19 pandemic has impact negatively on the livelihood of Dalits accordingly to a rapid assessment conducted in 35 districts by Nagarik Udyog, that means Citizen Initiative, and Bangladesh Dalit and Excluded Rights Movement, BDRM. Approximately 136,144 Dalit families lost their jobs, which included jobs like I have already mentioned, cleaning, shoe repairing, small business, van and rickshaw pulling, hairdressing, cloth washing. A total of 279 people from Dalit community has been affected by COVID-19. 168 for male and 96 female, women and children 15. And 14 persons so far have died. The number may be high than this, but we have not even able to collect on all information all over the Bangladesh. Despite getting infected by COVID-19 is remaining a major challenge for Dalit to have access to quarantine facilities. Almost all the urban Dalits in Bangladesh live in colonies like one kind of slums in cities area. There they are entitled to use only one room for families consist of 4, 5 or 6 members. 30% Dalit are found practice the health rules particularly, and 40% Dalit are not practice any health rules. 60% of COVID-19 positive Dalits said that they are not given much importance by the doctors while going for treatment. 30% said that they could not see the doctor due to lack of money, and 10% were found not interested to see a doctor as the consider is a normal flu. Gender conflict, we know the gender conflict is increasing the COVID situation all over the world, like in Bangladesh. And I have already mentioned Bangladesh Dalit room sizes average is around 150 square feet. So they have to stay in the small place. On the other hand, becoming jobless and staying at home for a long time, for more than 2 months, proved to be tremendous psychological pressure for Dalit man who is result in domestic violence. Social communication. Bangladesh Dalit and Spiritual Right Movement and Nagorik Udyog regularly kept contact through phone call to communities with relative and the Dalit network. I want to say BDRM is a national platform of Dalit community in Bangladesh. The BDRM regular having a virtual meeting to monitor the situation and immediate response to the urgent needs of Dalit community all over the Bangladesh. Lockdown and containment plan to the effect of DWD. Staying at home for a long time increase their mental stress, which sometimes led to domestic violence. The uncertainty getting job has weakened their psychological strength. Lack of food support has also weakened their psychology, which also intensifies their vulnerability to getting affected by COVID-19 so long run.
Kailash,
yes.
Can we start wrapping up, please?
Okay, thank you. I will try. And Nagorik Udyog and BDRM and also other organization, national and international other organization like UNDP, Action Aid, Hexipar, BCS from support, food support to Dalit community and a small business support to Dalit community all over the Bangladesh, especially Maulavi Bazar in Tea Garden area. We know
Hello? We can't hear you anymore. Dipanshu, can you all hear? Because I'm not able to hear.
I think we need to move.
Okay. So we will go to the performances. We have with us, thank you very much, Kailash, that was great on the situation of Bangladesh. Now we move to Uttam Kumar Bhakta, who's the General Secretary of the Bangladesh Dalit Excluded Rights Movement, Central Committee Dhaka, and he's a singer of Barisol, Betar, and drama actor. So Uttam, the time is yours. Uttam ji?
Currently, we've just lost.
Sorry, Uttam ji, आप यहाँ पे हैं? Okay, while we're getting his technical, shall we go to the next? So because we are really running out of time.
Yes,
so
please.
we will go to Partho and Bikash. Partho Das is from the Baraura Tea Estate, Sri Mangal, Molvi Bazaar. He teaches tabla at Rang Music Academy. Bikash Kumar Tanti is a singer and performer. Over to Parthuji and Bikashji to perform. I can see them, so if we can spotlight them, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great song. I would like to now ask if Uttamji is ready. See, for many years, I think our music and our talents and our skills have been kept hidden. It's so nice to see so many people from the community coming out and, with these different talents. I think this is what we want to showcase, the diversity within the Dalit community. So they're saying that Uttamji is not there. So let's move to the next. Before I move to Sri Lanka, I have seen Meena. I have seen Meena comment. So Meena, if you can just say a minute, a few words of solidarity. Meena, sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm sure that all of you are very busy. So if you can just say a few words, and then we can ask others as well too.
Meena is the executive chair of the
International Dalit Solidarity.
And we're very happy to have you. Thank you, Meena. Sorry to put you on spot. You can unmute.
Vinay, can you unmute Meena, please?
Yeah.
Meena Verma, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon from London. Good evening to where you are. Good morning if you're the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And that was just an amazing melody and rhythm. I just feel quite moved by hearing that. Even if I don't understand fully the language, the song and the music was superb and certainly pulls at the heartstrings. I really do appreciate the invitation. And yes, Bina, thanks for putting me on the spot. I was busy listening, not thinking you were going to do that. But I think the most important thing that everyone around this table knows and understands is that the International Dalit Solidarity Network is absolutely there for the solidarity. Our mandate comes from all the people that are our members and all the people around the world that are still victims and sufferers of caste-based discrimination. And our important thing is to make sure that that is an international issue. This can't be swept under any carpet any longer. This is not something that people can say are internal issues, because it happens everywhere. And the diaspora in the UK and the US, where I think, you know, now quite a lot of people know there are cases in those countries, which is why it's so important for those international voices to be heard. But just looking at your 110 plus participants, I know that there are many more people that are there that will be much more powerful voices than myself. For me, it was really interesting to listen and to be here to hear some of those other voices. I'm delighted that Bina is moderating this. She is a board member of IDSN and has been a very powerful voice on that board. And we have always welcomed both our India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Pakistan members. And I hope some of you are around here today. This is a really, really important event. And thank you so much for inviting me. For me, it's Jai Bhim, solidarity, and we were with you on this journey wherever you wish us to be. Thank you so much, Bina.
Thank you, my dear friend Meena. Sorry to put you on the spot. We'll deal with that later. I'm going to put some other people on the spot too. Nadia, another of my dear friends, Nadia. Nadia, can you say a few words?
Yes.
There you go. Nadia?
Oh, hello. Well, this is a surprise. I really didn't expect to be asked to contribute, but I'm so enjoying this. And yes, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for remembering me and including me in this really significant event. And please do continue. I'm looking forward to enjoying the second part of the event. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Nadia. I will go ahead with the program, and then I'm sure there are many other friends of ours we will call out to you as we go ahead today. We're moving with the sun, so we will be soon going to the other part of the world where the sun is rising. But before that, we need to set the sun here in this part of the world. So I'm going to go to Sri Lanka, and then the last performance from this part of the world will be from Japan. So I would like to introduce the human development. Sorry?
Abhinadik Koilash from Bangladesh. I was power problem and disconnected.
Yes, can we come back? Because we'll just move on to the next country. Sorry, we'll just go to the next country because we're running out of time, Kailash. And then if we do have time, we'll come back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so just introducing the Human Development Organization was established to create a platform through which vulnerable communities can voice their concerns regarding issues and legislation that directly affect their welfare. Most of the Dalits or people from the discriminated communities come from the plantation workers or people who are taken to work in the tea gardens. And HDO represents their issues both at the national as well as global level. So I'd like to now request the Sri Lanka team to take over. Thank you. I'd like to invite, just like to introduce the head of HDO, Mr. Siva Prakasham. I think they have sent in a recording, so I'd request Dipanshu to please play that. Thank you.
I think there is a technical.
There is a technical issue, Dipanshu.
It's like that. Can we just go to the next one?
Yes. We will go to the next country. We will move from Sri Lanka to go to Japan. Just one second. Yeah. I'm so happy to introduce the speaker from Japan, a friend and someone who's been a very strong supporter of Dalit rights for many years. Ms. Megumi Komori is the acting Secretary General of IMEDA. She has long been involved in the movement to combat discrimination based on work and descent, both at the national, regional, and international levels. She's been in part of the 20 years progress that Dalit and Buraku movements have achieved in the international community, especially since Durban Conference, which took place in September 2002, 20 years ago. Actually, we are also looking back at 20 years of Durban in the next, this week. So I would like Ms. Megumi to speak now, and then we go first to the performance. We have the performance called Kizuna, which is a Japanese drum company. Kizuna, meaning ties, is a joint unit of 6 Japanese drum groups based in Osaka. They are named Ikari, Kaze, Kobuki, Sakigake, Shishi, and Hotaru. Each group supports human rights, anti-discrimination, and peace. They are invited to perform at human rights rallies, charity concerts, and schools. So we would like to now hear Kizuna, and then I would request Megumi-san to please speak. Thank you.
Bina, sorry, there is the Sri Lanka team is ready. We will just request Megumi to wait for a minute. Sorry for this. And now we will go over to the Sri Lanka as you have originally requested.
Okay, Bob. Thank you.
Hello, greetings to all of you. We are from Sri Lanka, representing Human Development Organization, a partner of Asia Dalit Rights Movement. We are going to present you some events which will recognize descent-based discrimination in Sri Lanka. So we are very glad to participate in People Assembly Inequalities and Discrimination, organized by Global Forum of Communities on Work and Descent. In Sri Lanka, you may know there are a number of decent and work-based discrimination prevail. The discrimination based on work and descent prevail in various parts of Sri Lanka. There are various work and descent based discriminated communities live in Sri Lanka. For example, plantation workers, zoo menders, or the sanitary workers, or workers who are working in municipal councils, or fishermen communities. So these are different kind of decent and work based discriminated communities. They are facing number of problems. So they are discriminated in various forms. So we work on behalf of these communities. Today we are going to present you number of discrimination based by these communities, particularly the plantation communities in Sri Lanka. They will present you on behalf of them. This is Mrs. Kaliamma, a plantation women worker. This is a voice of victim. You can see how the plantation women worker explains her life and work.
ஃபார்ம்ல இருந்து கதைக்கிறேன். நான் பேர் காளியம்மா. இப்படி ஒரு தோட்டத்துக்கள் கொழும்புலேருந்து வந்தாலும் வந்து தனிமைப்படுத்துறது ஒரு லைட்டுக்குள்ள தான்
We are living in the tea plantation. We do not have separate houses and therefore we need adequate housing facility so that quarantining could be effectively done. Lines have only 2 or 3 rooms which serve as skating and sleeping place for all in the family. We lack facilities even to fetch water. We have to congregate in our places. Even one person in the line room shows symptom of COVID-19. All the line rooms are quarantined. We are forbidden to go out. The school students could not carry out their study activities. Teachers transmit lessons through smartphone. It needs data and it takes money. We have lost employment opportunity. If we be quarantined, we may face food problems and we are helpless too. In the event of being quarantined during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government should provide us the necessary assistance. The line rooms were constructed during the British rule around 150 years ago. Still we are living in those houses. Most of the youths, men and women have no jobs, no land, also therefore we are living in a poor situation. Plantation workers are most marginalized. Government should do development programs because we are also citizens of Sri Lanka.
நீங்க தோட்டத்து தொழிலாளிகளுக்கு தயவு செய்து என்ன நீங்க வந்து பாருங்க பார்த்துட்டு செய்யுங்க. ஏன்னு கேட்டால் நீங்க அரசாங்கம் எந்த உதவியுமே செய்யறதில்ல தோட்டத்து தொழிலாளிகளுக்கு.
Now we are presenting a cultural program. This is a cultural program of farmers, how the farmers are suffering from the globalized society, how they are discriminated.
This song is about the farmers and the difficulties they are facing in paddy cultivation. The farmers borrow loans from the banks and village moneylenders for farming activities like to buy seeds, livestock and equipments. But they are unable to pay the monthly interest because of the crop failure due to inadequate rainfall and other issues. So due to the inability to repay the loan, the farmers are suffering from many problems and some farmers are committing suicide due to high debt burden.
ஆழ உழுது போட்டேன் ஆட்டூரமும் நல்லா போட்டேன். ஆழ உழுது போட்டேன் ஆட்டூரமும் நல்லா போட்டேன். காலத்துல பருவமழை பெய்யவும் இல்ல, காலத்துல பருவமழை பெய்யவும் இல்ல. எங்க கஷ்டம் பார்த்து கடவுள் கூட கண்ணை திறக்கல, எங்க கஷ்டம் பார்த்து கடவுள் கூட கண்ணை திறக்கல. ஆழ உழுது போட்டேன் ஆட்டூரமும் நல்லா போட்டேன். ஆழ உழுது போட்டேன் ஆட்டூரமும் நல்லா போட்டேன். ஒண்ணுக்கொன்னு கடனை வாங்கி, ஒண்ணுக்கொன்னு கடனை வாங்கி உழுவ 2 மாடு வாங்கி, ஒண்ணுக்கொன்னு கடனை வாங்கி உழுவ 2 மாடு வாங்கி. வட்டி பணம் கட்ட கூட நெல்லு விளையல, வட்டி பணம் கட்ட கூட நெல்லு விளையல. எங்க சட்டி முட்டி சாமானெல்லாம் வட்டி கடையில, எங்க சட்டி முட்டி சாமானெல்லாம் வட்டி கடையில. அரசாங்க லோனு வாங்க 6 மாசம் அலைஞ்சு பார்த்தேன், அரசாங்க லோனு வாங்க 6 மாசம் அலைஞ்சு பார்த்தேன். அப்பவா இப்பவான்னு அலைய விட்டாங்க, அப்பவா இப்பவான்னு அலைய விட்டாங்க. ஏன் மானாவரி பூமியத்தான் காய விட்டாங்க, ஏன் மானாவரி பூமியத்தான் காய விட்டாங்க. மிளகா பழுத்துருச்சு, மிளகா பழுத்திருச்சு வெண்பருத்தி வெடிச்சிருச்சு மிளகா பழுத்திருச்சு வெண்பருத்தி வெடிச்சிருச்சு கந்து வெட்டிக்காரன் வந்து வீட்டை தட்டுறான் வந்து வீட்டை தட்டுறான் இங்க கடன்பட்ட விவசாயிங்க தூக்குல தொங்குறான் இங்க கடன்பட்ட விவசாயிங்க தூக்குல தொங்குறான் கண்ணியும் தவறாம நடக்க வேண்டிய காவல்துறையும் கண்ணியும் தவறாம நடக்க வேண்டிய காவல்துறையும் கந்து வெட்டி காரணத்தான் காக்கா பிடிக்கிறான் கந்து வெட்டி காரணத்தான் காக்கா பிடிக்கிறான் இங்க அன்னாடம் காட்சி மக்கள் கண்ணீர் வடிக்கிறான் இங்க அன்னாடம் காட்சி மக்கள் கண்ணீர் வடிக்கிறான்.
This presentation is a voice of women's rights activist Mrs. P. Logeshwari. She is a program coordinator of Human Development Organization and she is a committee member of Asia Rural Women's Coalition.
The COVID-19 pandemic is harming health, social, economic, agroecological well-being around the worldwide with the women. Women also shouldering much of the burden at home, given school and child care facilities closer and long-standing gender equality inequalities in unpaid work. Women also face high risk of the job and income loss and face increased risk of violence, exploitation, violence against women is very high. In the pandemic period, especially unwanted pregnancy rate is very high in Sri Lanka. It is another burden for women. In the same time, for the Sri Lankan economy, the plantation women, migrant women and trade zone women are most contributors. At the same time, informal sector women also mostly contributing for our economy. But due to the pandemic, they all suffer a lot. As a civil society players, key role to advocating our respective governments to implementing much needed change causes of poverty and inequalities. Policy responses must be immediate and they must account for women concerns. Government should consider adopting emergency measures to help parents manage work and caring responsibilities, emphasizing and extending income support measures, expanding support to small business and the self-employment, and improving measures to help women victims of violence. Finally, all the policy responses to crisis must embody a gender lens and account for women's unique need responsibilities. Thank you.
Next presentation is a voice from policymaker, that is former Sri Lankan parliamentarian Mr. Mail Vaganam Tilakraj. He is a political activist as well as he is a social activist.
Hello everyone. In Sri Lanka, plantation region has identified as socio-economic base in the entire territory of the country for some time. Social and political marginalization of the state sector Indian Tamil community carried a long history. While the Citizenship Act of number 48 of 1948 deprived their civil and political rights, politically downgraded community were property of the estate management, which has a substantial influence on the working and living conditions that increased dependency syndrome and low esteem amongst those belonging to the estate community. The plantation sector contributes to 2.3% of the country's GDP and 18% of the total exports of Sri Lanka. Nevertheless, the estate sector makes a significant contribution to the Sri Lankan economy in terms of employment generation and foreign earnings. The resident labor force and the dependent population have not been given due consideration over 150 years. Meanwhile, the poverty headcount index of estate sector is 8.8%, is the double of the national average of 4.4%. The average monthly income of estate households, Sri Lankan rupees 34,804, is half of the national average.
Dipanshu? I think we're facing some technical. Hello? Hello?
There seems to be a technical issue. I think maybe if you just give it a little break and then move on to the next speaker if it cannot be resolved.
Yes. Thank you very much. So now we will move to Japan. I will just quickly introduce, first we will have the Kizuna Japanese drum company. I have already introduced them. So if we can we can have them play and then we will go to the two speakers. Or if we're having a technical issue, I will request Megumi-san to speak. Megumi-san or Megumi Komori-san is Acting General Secretary of IMADAR, and she's long been involved in the movement to combat discrimination based on work and descent at the national, regional, and international levels. She's been in part of the 20 years progress that Dalit and Buraku movements have achieved in the international community, especially since Durban. She's been a very strong supporter of Dalit rights, has been a friend, and has been part of our journey for many years. Over to you, Megumi-san.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bina, for introducing me. In addition to my self-written bio, you also put several good words to me. Thanks a lot. So hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting us to this program. It is our honor to be part of you tonight. Actually, it's already after 10 p.m. in Japan. My name is Megumi Komori. I am from IMADA, the international movement against all forms of discrimination and racism. As Bina introduced me, we have long been in close association with the Dalit communities in South Asia. Tonight, I would like to recite the Rebels Declaration that was declared on March 2, 1922, when the National Rebels Association was founded. It is the predecessor of the present Black Liberation League. So they will celebrate a centennial next March. This is the Human Rights Declaration made by oppressed and marginalized people themselves. It is said to be the first human rights declaration in Asia. So now I recite and show you the script. Can you just make me a co-host?
You're already.
Yes. So that's the.
You're
really?
Yes. You can share.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So Tokushu Black men throughout the country unite. Along suffering brothers, over the past half century, the movement on our behalf by so many people and in such varied ways have yielded no appreciable result. This failure is the punishment we have incurred for permitting ourselves as well as others to debase our own human dignity. Previous movements, though seemingly motivated by compassion, actually corrupted many of our brothers. Thus, it is imperative that we now organize a new collective movement to emancipate ourselves by promoting respect for human dignity. Oh, sorry. I have some problem. Wait a minute. Brothers, our ancestors pursued and practiced freedom and equality. They were the victims of base, contemptible class policies, and they were the martyrs of industry. As a reward for skinning animals, they were stripped of their own living flesh in return for tearing out the hearts of animals. Their own warm human hearts were ripped apart. They were even spat upon with ridicule. Yet, all through these cursed nightmares, their human pride ran deep in their blood. Now the time has come when we human beings, pulsing with this blood, are soon to regain our divine dignity. The time has come for the victims to throw off their stigma. The time has come for the blessing of the martyrs, a martyr's crown of thorns. The time has come when we can be proud of being ETA. We must never again shame our ancestors and profane humanity through servile words and cowardly deeds. We who know just how cold human society can be, who know what it is to be pitied, do fervently seek and adore the warmth and light of human life from deep within our hearts. Thus is the Suiheisha born. Let there be warmth in human society. Let there be light in all human beings. March 3rd, 1922. The Suiheisha. Okay, thank you. And now, I would like to move on to the video clip of drum performance. They are the descendants of all those people who started the Revelers Association, Suiheisha, 100 years ago. They beat drums to be proud of being black men. They beat drums to encourage those who have been trampled down. They beat drums to call for peace, non-discrimination, and human rights. Okay, so now I play the
Dipanshu? Vinay?
Wait.
Oh, you will be playing Megumi?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Megumi, there is an option which says
okay.
Share.
Yeah, I will do it. Okay. Sorry. Sorry taking time.
No worry.
Sorry.
There is
I'm not sure, but
there is an option which says you can share video and screen. In the share screen, you have to click that button in order for you to share.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. I share, but not the
yeah, wait. Yeah, click here.
Maybe I sorry, I try to check, and I don't want to take time. So now I would like to give a microphone to my colleague, Tomoe Kawasaki, who speaks about today's Black discrimination. And while she is speaking, I will arrange to play a video, okay?
Yes, otherwise you can
Yes, thank you.
Try to find out in the meantime, Megumi. Yeah, over to you.
Okay. Okay, じゃあ、ともえさん、
はい。
will you please? Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Nice to meet you. My name is Tomoe Kawasaki, and I am very happy to be here to give a speech about the Black discrimination. I was born in Osaka, the second largest city after Tokyo, but now I live in Kyoto City and work as an administrative staff in university. My parents were born and raised in the Black neighborhood in Osaka. My family moved there when I was very young. Black discrimination is a social problem in Japan that needs to be solved, but there are not enough opportunities to learn about it in schools. It is also rarely covered by the mass media, and it is widely covered only when someone identified with Black origin did wrong. The Black issue is invisible because it is considered taboo to talk about it and is easily ignored. In Japan, where the family registration system is a state-run system as national governance, paternalism is also deeply rooted. When people get married and find out that their partner's family is Black, some people still avoid marriage. In addition, there is also the act of inciting discrimination by disclosing on the internet where is Black, as well as slander and false information related to the Black. Some people don't want to buy houses in the Black, and rent prices are low. It is said that only 1% of the population has a geographical or blood relationship with the Black. After the World War II, under the new constitution, Black liberation movement raised in many Black. Laws to promote affirmative action to correct the disparity between the Black and non-Black groups were established, and a national budget was set up. Progress was made in improving living conditions, enhancing education, and guaranteeing employment. Affirmative action ended about 20 years ago, but according to recent surveys, the disparity between Black and non-Black people is still evident. For example, household income and educational background. Same with the rest of the world, COVID-19 hit the most vulnerable people in Japan. This includes women, children, part-time workers, and the elderly and the disabled. As people were asked to refrain from going out, the burden of care work for women increased. For children whose home was not a safe place, the school closure periods must have been very difficult. In fact, the suicide rates among women and children increased. We can imagine that these problems are occurring to the people in the Black community. However, we do not know because there is no actual survey comparing Black and non-Black community. Under these circumstances, in the Black community, where I spent my childhood, people of my generation are taking the initiative to leave no one behind, as the SDGs call it. They are going to build a base where people can feel free to ask for help with their problems in life. This is not limited to Black men, but includes all people living together. why the movement for social justice has not gained momentum in Japanese society. In the area where the Black liberation movement has been carried out, the next generation will take over what the previous generation has left behind. And even now, the area is a base where the movement for social justice is constantly starting. There are Black people like me who live physically far away from the Black community, but still wonder if we can do something. I'd like to see more and more Black men standing up to be main actors to promote human rights in Japan. Through exchanges with social justice activists from all over the world, I would like to gain more brave and use it as our own power. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Megumi could try to play the Buraku liberation drums.
Yes, Megumi, is it working now?
I think so. Okay, I think I found it. Okay, I think I can
Great.
do it. Okay.
Great.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. That is the bit short, but I just like, okay. And I didn't introduce who they are. Okay, so I just give you the brief introduction about them. They are called Kizuna Drama Company. Kizuna means the tie. I mean the ties or bond. And it is a joint unit of 6 Japanese drum groups based in Osaka. They are named Ikari, Kaze, Kobuki, Sakigake, Shishi, and Hotaru. Each group supports human rights, anti-discrimination, and peace. They are invited to perform at human rights rallies, charity concerts, and schools. They are also invited to perform or do workshops abroad. Their arena is being expanded. They are becoming more popular and well-known. They are good friends each other, as well as they are good rivals. They accept and respect each other. They are working hard every day with the motto of growing up. That's all about the Kizuna, Japanese drum company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megumi-san. The sun is set here in this part of the world. I'm signing off from Japan. Sayonara to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us from this part of the world. I know for some of you it's really late, and I'm going to hand over the time to Paul Divakar, who will take it from here and move to the other part of the world where the sun is rising. Thank you very much. Jai Bhim.
Yeah, Jai Bhim. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Megumi-san and Ms. Kawasaki and leaders of the Buraku community's drum band. You've really inspired us. And we have seen that wherever we are, we deal with leather and drum. Wherever there has been death, wherever there has been birth, it is these communities across, right from Japan to Brazil, we see that these are the forced occupations, and later we have been resilient and brought dignity to this world. Thank you very much for those inspiring words. We now move to Sahel region of Africa, the Western Africa. Bonjour. All of you will need to ensure that you have your language set to English. Please select the English or French or whichever language you're comfortable with. But most of us in this region will be speaking in English. So we are running late. We are running about 30 minutes late. We want to pick up the motion and then bring the voice of our communities, bring the resilience forward. So I would like first to move to Sage Soldat. I would like to welcome Sage Soldat. Ibrahim, he goes by the stage name Sage Soldat and started playing music as a teenager. Immersed in books, he saw himself as a writer first, and through rap, he found his true outlet to expression of love and art of songs. He's inspired by great icons of reggae music, Bob Marley, Alpha Blondy, Kajim, Black Hole, Takana, and many other great artists. So Ibrahim fuses several styles in his work. So we welcome the great artist who will share the voice of the communities in Africa who have been enslaved, forcefully enslaved, but they have been contributing to the immense power of Africa. So over to you, Sage Soldat. Bonjour. Excuse me, and I apologize for not being able to speak that language. We'll have to go back to the colonizers who taught me English, but we welcome you and over to Sage. You have to open the video and unmute. Are we having technical issues? Here's the colleague from Africa and Colombia who's helping us, Johannes. Can you?
Indeed, it seems we have a technical problem, but we can maybe skip to Dominique or to Brahim to make the spoken interventions first, and then we come back to Sage Soldat.
So I saw Dominique earlier. So may I invite Dominique Maxwell. Dominique Pierre is a young and motivated bilingual activist. She would describe herself as a social justice advocate and an international human rights activist, anti-slavery and eliminating racial and all forms of discrimination. She's applying knowledge and wisdom in developing and securing strategies for the continuity of Africa and prosperity. Over to you, Dominic, from Mauritius, the beautiful country. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I was saying 2 years ago we were together in New York, and now we're being challenged by an invisible virus, and it's not going to stop us in our fight. So thank you again. Welcome to Mauritius. My name is Dominic from Critical Philosophy, and our challenge is to fight discrimination in all forms. We aim to reach social justice through the reconciliation of the Constitution of the Republic of Mauritius and its territories. We promote the awareness of constitutional injustice against Native African of Mauritius because they are not recognized in our constitution. For example, the Native African of Chagos Archipelago, exiled in Mauritius, are not recognized in the constitution, but the government fight for the land and not the people, and they are still suffering in absolute poverty. Native African in Rodrigue have their full say on their destiny due to lack of management of fresh water and services. Native Africans in Agalega are deprived of the rights to stay on their territory and are exiled in poverty in Mauritius. Even Native Africans in Mauritius are suffering institutional injustice and are facing absolute poverty. Native Africans are descendants of enslaved Africans who were brought to the island during slavery and colonization. And actually, discrimination is creating a new form. It is not taking any color or ethnicity, but it is taking a vaccine. It is taking your body and your freedom. It is creating a new form of slavery and apartheid over the island, as now all the population is forced to be vaccinated and deprived of their human rights if they are not vaccinated. This is a serious case that we are actually at court. Today, our voice is being raised so that the voice of different human, a different human and a human who believes in freedom and equality can be heard. Discrimination is a crime. Discriminated humans are suffering. Discrimination and slavery are taking new forms depending on eras, and we have now enough grounds and knowledge to practice freedom and equality for all. Let's learn from the past and don't make the same mistake again. We need to stand together as free human beings. We need to understand that we are born free, and mismanagement or not good governance of any government around the world need not deprive us of our freedom. We need to start celebrating difference and understanding that human values are important. Let's be resilient. Talk to us professionals in social sciences and humanities. Talk to us human rights activists and social justice activists. Talk to us right experts. We know what to do and how to do it. We are here. Don't ever let anyone behind. Mauritius is a wonderful island where everyone can live in peace and harmony. But if we don't have justice, we will never have peace. And today, our voice is raising higher all around the world to say that we are human beings and we want to live and continue again, even if it is against COVID, even if it is any kind of discrimination, we have the right to live. So thank you very much, and a lot of love to all our brothers and sisters all around the world from Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Your message is loud and clear. I was shocked when I heard about 8 years ago that there is a similar caste-like structures in certain countries of Africa. Now I hear many, many more countries it exists. Same culture, same skin, same language, and same native, but still there is a hierarchy and there is an enslavement. And this enslavement we see is a human nature or against human nature, which pervades all the regions. We've seen in whole of Asia, whether it's Japan or whether it is right up to Pakistan and definitely also in Afghanistan. But also we are seeing similar structures in Africa. And what Dominic is also saying is sometimes our own civil society has not sufficiently recognized this system, represented us, but they have not represented the voice of the communities that has been enslaved generations on generations. They would speak human rights, but the human rights of the communities discriminated on birth and descent have not been sufficiently put forward. And this has continued even during the time of the colonizers. And they found it easy to stage their system on the existing social structure of social injustices that it has. So we together, across with the people of communities discriminated against on work and descent, across Africa, across Asia, today with the Roma and with we are here together.
Thank you.
Now we are listening Yakuba. Welcome, Yakuba. I hope you're able to unmute and welcome. And hopefully we can hear you rock us. And over to you, Sage Soldat, and to your voice to rock us.
Welcome. Yes, I.
Yakuba?
Bandwidth is very low.
Johannes, can you?
Indeed, I can maybe give a little bit of context. So Yakuba, also known as Sage Soldat, is based in Niger, in Niamey. He is joining us from Africa thereby. Unfortunately, his bandwidth is currently very low. That's always the danger of these online events, but we will thank you anyway for joining and for giving us your presentation. Sage Soldat thinks about respect, equality, and oppression, and always has a mix of reggae and rap at his disposal. Maybe we can try at a later stage, but for now, I think we should move on to the next speaker until his bandwidth recovers. And over to you, Paul, again. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes. Johannes is a multilinguist who's able to connect us with all these languages. And thank you so much, Sage Soldat, Yakuba. And we'll come back to you, and hopefully the network will bring us your powerful voice. May I now request Brahim Bilal Ramdhane, our dear friend and leader from Mauritania. Brahim is a scholar and a professor of philosophy with over 30 years of teaching experience. He holds a master's degree and is a founder of Sahel Foundation in defense of human rights. And his fight against traditional and modern slavery has put him also in prison in his own country. He's a senior fellow for the UN in charge of discriminated minorities and indigenous people. He has experienced slavery himself from that community intergenerationally and was in prison for 2 years because he stood up and fought against slavery. Mauritania, he will tell us, has abolished slavery time and again and time and again, but it still continues. Welcome, Brahim Ramdane. And Brahim, you have 8 minutes to share your powerful story. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, moderators, Paul, my friend Paul, and Johannes, for this opportunity. I do appreciate this opportunity to share some information about the community DWD and the victims of slavery in Mauritania, like I did in the same date in New York. In West Africa, we have many inequalities. We experience inequalities on the sociological, economic, and political levels, and the citizens are, for the majority, discriminated by birth and or by ancestry. In our countries, in West Africa, we have traditional slavery, especially in Mauritania, Niger, and Mali. People are still and always manageable and enslaved. They are the property of the people like them. They work for them without rest or salary. Even if in Mauritania and in Niger there are advances on the institutional level because slavery is criminalized by the law and even considered a crime against humanity, while in Mali, the practice of slavery is not a crime yet. In Mauritania, where I am from, more than 80% of the inhabitants are victims of this traditional slavery and or other forms of discrimination based on work and descent. The Hratin, slaves and ex-slaves, live in the margins of society with no school, no health structure, and no civil status. Even if they are hard workers and suitable for working the land, they do not have the right to land ownership and therefore cannot provide for their needs by their own hands. Our land is granted the state to members of the Arab Berbers community with which governs the country, and the Black of Mauritania therefore live in land slavery. Their health structures are defective, and the COVID-19 have worsened the situation, and the discriminated population have suffered doubly. For vaccination, the Mauritanian authorities do not hide the fact that there are priority populations. Priority population should be the older people or the people with weaknesses. Or in Mauritania, the priority populations are the people in the government, the military, the head of armies, the ambassadors, the employers to ministers. Like they are priority in the positions, they have the priority in having land for trees. They have the priority to have their civil status or to have a health structure. They have the priority to have a vaccination. And that's mean that there are secondary populations. The secondary population, let me tell that they are the Haratins. The Haratins, the ex-slaves, are most of them living in the countryside, in the neighborhood, in the villages, inside the country, and the other discriminated people from the other communities. And most of the vaccinated are in the big cities, while the discriminated and victims of slavery are in general in villages and in the bush. On behalf of the Harati and other victims of discrimination in Mauritania, we ask the UN to put pressure on the Mauritania government to end all the forms of traditional modern slavery and discrimination based on work. The slavery still exists in Mauritania as a practice, not only the modern slavery. The modern slavery is everywhere in the world, but the particularity of Mauritania is that we are facing the traditional slavery. Traditional slavery, like I explained below, is when the people are a property of others. They are working without rest and without salaries. They have no right to do whatever they want, to go wherever they want, even to get married, because they are not allowed to do whatever they want without the convenience of the master. I'm talking about several forms of slavery in Mauritania. We have slavery in land. That is the biggest issues now that we are facing in the south of Mauritania. The inhabitants are, most of them, and they are not allowed to have the property of the land, because the land is always given by the government and given to the people who are in the government, given to the head of armies, given to the head of ministry, to ambassadors, to the people in the government. So the inhabitants will become a slave to our land, and this is a big deal, because we will one day, unfortunately, facing civil war if nothing is now, if there is no work or no action from us as committee of CDWD and from the UN, because UN can put the pressure of the government of Mauritania. And if slavery is criminalized in the institution, if the constitution of Mauritania, if slavery become a crime against humanity in our constitution, it is because of the UN, because of the three times when the special reporter for UN came in Mauritania, and they make with the government of Mauritania a road sheet to abolish slavery, and in that worksheet we had a lot of evolution in this situation. That's why we are calling again and again to the UN to put the pressure of the Mauritanian government and to end the forms of slavery. Otherwise, we will unfortunately facing a civil war one day in Mauritania, because the majority, the Haratins, the ex-slaves, are 50%, more than 50% of Mauritanian. So 50% of Mauritania cannot be left behind, cannot continue to be left behind. That's why we are asking again and again, and we will push our pressure. We will continue our pressure. I went to jail for 2 years just because I am fighting, just because of our struggle against slavery in Mauritania, and we will never give up. We will continue because we think that the situation is not fair, is not fair, and should change. And with us, with your hands, with our hands, with all of us together, with the Dalit people, with the Roma people, with the Korombala people, together we can do the best, and we can go off to fight against the situation in our countries. Thank you so much.
Il est 2 heures. Brahim, brother, thank you for your fight. Thank you for the collaboration in the network that we have jointly led, and we are sure that we have to continue. I think you have very clearly said that the issue of slavery, even whether it is traditional form of slavery or the modern form, which is sitting on the traditional forms of slavery, has to be recognized as a crime against humanity. And I think this, whether it is against the Dalits in Asia, Buraku, whether it is the people like Harati and several other names in Africa, we want these systems to be abolished if the sustainable development goals. And I think there is very specifically, there is a target 8.7, which says eliminate all forms of modern forms of slavery. And this is something which we're saying it is not only modern forms of slavery, but linking it with the communities who are involved, who are forced into modern forms of slavery, need to be recognized, and these forms need to be taken up. Thank you very much, Brahim. I would like to invite Musa Sanvi, who is a senior lecturer at Abdul Boumi University in Niamey and served as the head of the department and faculty. He is currently the head of sociology and the Institute of Research in Human Sciences. He is member of Timidre Association, an association which is fighting against slavery in Niger. He has produced several scholarly works on gender issues, slavery in Sahel. Recently, they did a study, a tremendous study, which has been collectively held in the Sahel region from Niger, Mali, and Mauritania. And Musa had put his work on this study and brought this issue. Over to you, Musa. Musa, because of paucity of time, I request you to keep to 8 minutes. Thank you very much. Over to you, Musa.
Bonjour, Monsieur Moussa. Si vous pouvez activer le microphone, s'il vous plaît. Vous n'avez pas encore activé. Je vous invite à faire votre intervention, s'il vous plaît. Activez le microphone.
Merci. Nous allons intervenir sur
Thank you. I will be talking about slavery in Sahel, especially in Niger, and on the Sahel countries overall, such as Mauritania, Chad, Burkina Faso, Niger. On the Niger, we have lots of documents about this phenomenon. Niger is an independent country, and that only since the 1960s. But why can't it eradicate slavery and put an end to tragedies and dehumanization? We also work with a big association fighting against slavery, and we looked on the political side if there is really a will to fight against slavery. We also looked from the sides of the leaders, and we discovered that these actors do not work enough to tackle this issue. And this is a huge problem because the executive is based on these three components. With regards to law, education, and development, these three components are the base of law. And we realized that these three categories are actually merging into one. And this is from children from religious backgrounds that are
constaté dans ces milliers, sur le plan politique, 5 milliers pauvres, les milliers serviles. L'esclavage existe un peu partout, chez les différentes composantes ethno-linguistiques du Niger, mais beaucoup plus celles qui sont des traditions pastorales.
We've noticed that there were religious traditions and nomad traditions as well. For instance, the Kemnashi or the Tuareg, many other minorities.
So you have different minority groups. In the 4 groups that I just mentioned, you find the highest rate of slavery cases, whether it be in Niger, Mauritania, Burkina Faso. This type of slavery can be found in different places. And we're talking about CDWD systems. So what can we do? What can we do is in such situations when people are ignorant, when people are illiterate, and such people are not seen as privileged in society. Health is a privilege. Receiving proper health is a privilege. But unfortunately, they don't receive them. In that country, land property is important because land is a way of producing. But such lands and having such properties is almost impossible for people coming from these communities.
C'est un objet de production, c'est un objet qui est utilisé à ses fins. Et dans ces milieux, il est tout à fait évident que
and in such communities, when there are new problems arising, well, these problems have an impact, have a bigger impact on these people. And it has terrible consequences because these populations cannot go wherever they want to go. They're not free to move wherever they want to move. And in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, they were really limited. People don't want to see other people. And obviously, in this situation, the others are seen as the most vulnerable ones. But what can we do in such situations then? Well, Niger has enacted a law to prevent slavery. They've put in place legal systems. And in this way, we think that international organization needs to put pressure on our states to change their legislations regarding slavery. We think that the role of the international community is important in this, regarding the evolution of marginalized communities, exploited communities. We also think that...
Sir, can you have 30 seconds to wind up, please? Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Merci, je suis à ma conclusion.
Thank you. I'm just concluding now. So we think that civil society's organization on the international sphere needs to create a dynamic of international solidarity so that together we can make all states to put in place laws against slavery. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for giving me the floor, for the opportunity that I had to talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Musa. I think you have really brought issue from yet another angle and looking at the routine discrimination and enslavement that is taking place. And once again telling us, if country at the regional level and at the UN level does not take this issue seriously, then you're going to run into a deep conflict within these countries. And I think we need to press forward, and we request, this is one of the resolutions that as People's Assembly, that we must ensure this voice gets heard and not just gets put under the carpet because our own communities, that they don't want this issue to be brought up. So thank you very much for bringing. I request now Raishatu Vele Alternata from Mali. Mali is yet another country which the activists within are fighting, where the slavery is completely still quite widely being practiced. The communities which are enslaved are taking their fists, but the state is not sufficiently putting the mechanisms in place. And I think we have a recording of Raishatu, who is also a journalist and a human rights activist and has been active over a decade. And she is the vice president of Tibet Association, which is leading the fight against the descent slavery and related practices in the region, especially in Mali. And I request her voice to be heard. Over to you.
Bonjour à tous,
morning,
bonjour
everyone.
chers amis.
Good morning,
Merci pour
friends.
l'occasion que
Thank
vous
you
nous
for
offrez
giving me the
aujourd'hui pour
opportunity
parler un peu
to
de la
speak today
situation
on
de
the current
l'esclavage
situation
et de la discrimination
in Mali
dans mon
regarding
pays, le Mali.
slavery and discrimination.
Nous avons suffisamment de problèmes
We have enough
depuis
problems, I think.
quelques décennies.
We've
Le
had
problème
this
de
problem for
l'esclavage
decades now,
refait
and
surface sur le
slavery
continent africain, en tout cas dans certaines zones du continent
came back
africain,
actually on the
notamment les
African
pays
continent,
de l'Afrique de l'Ouest dont le Mali fait partie.
in many countries of West Africa, and
C'est
Mali
une
is one of them.
communauté au Mali, les communautés qui sont traitées d'esclaves sont
In
des
Mali,
communautés qui sont
you have several
discriminées sur tous les
slaves
plans.
called slave communities,
Sur le plan politique,
and they are
ce sont
discriminated
des communautés qui n'ont pas droit au
in
chapitre,
politics.
qui n'ont pas voix au chapitre. Elles sont
Their voice are
brimées
not being
dans
heard.
leurs droits fondamentaux. Elles n'ont droit à aucune considération de notre État, l'État malien, dans la planification des politiques. Sur le plan économique, c'est une communauté qui est largement discriminée. Parce que je voudrais dire aussi que c'est une communauté qui est à 80%, voire 90% analphabète.
So
Donc,
90% of
vous
this
comprendrez
community,
aisément avec
of people
moi
in these
que
communities are
c'est une
illiterate.
communauté qui n'a pas du tout
So
droit
from this,
au
you
chapitre, comme je viens de le dire.
that they are
Les
not
discriminations
educated,
auxquelles on assiste
they cannot
ici au
vote.
niveau du Mali, elles sont de tous ordres. C'est des violations
And in
graves
Mali,
des
you
droits
have
humains.
many
Nous
kinds
avons
of
des cas de
discriminations
coups et blessures, nous avons des cas de
regarding human
viol
rights,
sur des femmes et sur des filles.
and
Nous
rape
avons
on
des
women
cas
and
de
girls.
spoliation des terres cultivables. Nous avons même
People
des
don't
cas
have rights to land.
de déplacés, c'est-à-dire
And
des
even
familles
some of these
entières,
communities are
des
actually
villages
sometimes
entiers
forced
qui
to
ont été
live
obligés de se déplacer
and
pour
go
venir
to other places.
dans la capitale parce que tout simplement, ils n'avaient plus le
Many
choix
of
de
these
rester
communities
chez
have
eux.
had
Et
to
cela, tout se
move
passe
to the capital.
dans un
They didn't have
silence
the right
très
to actually
assourdissant de
stay
nos autorités, de nos gouvernements.
where they were staying.
Parce qu'au Mali, je voudrais dire que contrairement au
I
Niger
would like to
et
say
à la
that in
Mauritanie,
Mali,
nous n'avons pas une loi qui criminalise ce
which is not the
phénomène
case in
d'esclavage.
Niger or
Donc, ces
Mauritania,
victimes-là
we
sont
don't
laissées
have a
pour
law
compte. Ces victimes-là
against
n'ont
slavery.
aucun recours juridique
So
aujourd'hui
these
pour
victims
vraiment leur venir en
technically do
aide
not have rights,
pour qu'ils rentrent dans
and the
leurs
law
droits.
is not
Il n'y a
protecting
aucune
them.
sanction qui est prévue par le code pénal malien par rapport à la question de l'esclavage.
So Malian law is
Sur le
not
plan
preventing this
sanitaire, il n'y a rien de prévu pour ces communautés-là. Les politiques du
So when
Mali
it
par
comes
rapport à
to
la
health,
COVID-19 ne prennent même
these
pas en
communities
compte
are not protected,
même les
and they are not covered.
communautés dites voilà, des communautés valables, si je dis communautés valables, des communautés qui sont prises en compte dans les politiques de l'État, a priori, a fortiori, les communautés qui sont discriminées. Il n'y a aucune mesure qui a été entreprise jusque-là depuis 2020 par rapport à la COVID-19 pour ces communautés-là. Elles n'ont pas accès au vaccin, elles n'ont pas accès à la prise en charge de ces victimes-là par rapport à des subventions que l'État octroie aux couches vulnérables. Elles sont brimées et ce sont des communautés qui sont très, très affectées par la crise de la COVID-19 parce que c'est des communautés qui vivent de petits commerces, ils évoluent dans le secteur informel. C'est des communautés qui voyagent beaucoup. avec la
They
fermeture
travel a
des
lot.
frontières, les restrictions de déplacement.
Borders are
Donc,
being
vous voyez
closed,
aisément
travel
que franchement,
restrictions.
la COVID-19 a
And
un
honestly, we
impact,
can say that COVID-19
assez
had
important sur
a huge
ces
impact
communautés-là.
on these communities.
Par rapport aux femmes, moi, je voudrais faire un
Regarding
focus
women now,
par rapport
I
à
would
la
like to
situation
actually
de ces femmes
focus
victimes
on their
d'esclavage ici
situation
au Mali.
and on women
Elles souffrent
enslaved in
énormément
Mali.
parce que ce sont
They
des
are
femmes
suffering a lot.
qui sont utilisées
They are being
par les maîtres
used.
dans tout ce que vous pouvez imaginer comme violation.
And
Ces
they
femmes
have
sont
been
violées, ces
used
femmes
in terrible
ne
ways. They are
disposent pas
raped.
de leur dignité. Elles n'ont pas
They
de
have no
dignité parce que
dignity.
quand je prends un exemple, par exemple, ce qui se
And let
passe
me give you an
dans la
example.
première région du Mali, qui est la
For
région
instance,
des Cailles,
in the first
ce
region
sont des
in Mali,
femmes qui sont à la disposition des maîtres. Les maîtres peuvent
they have masters and they can
disposer
leech,
d'elles
and
quand
these
ils
masters
veulent
can
et où
do
ils
whatever they
veulent.
want to do with this woman,
Ils leur font des
wherever they
enfants
want to
qui ne
do
sont
it.
pas reconnus. Ces enfants ne sont pas reconnus par,
They even
par
get
le maître.
pregnant from
Et ces
this,
enfants
and obviously these
sont
masters do
utilisés
not
dans la
recognize
plupart
these children as their
des
children.
cas par les maîtres comme des esclaves aussi.
And later,
Donc,
these children are
vous
used
imaginez la
as
souffrance de ces
slaves,
femmes-là. On a eu des femmes qui ont été battues
by these
dans cette
masters.
région-là. On a eu des femmes qui
They
ont
are
été
beaten,
violentées. Et tout
they
cela dans
are
un silence assourdissant
physically
de nos
assaulted,
autorités qui ne font absolument
and
rien
this
pour venir au secours à
obviously
ces
is being
victimes-là.
silenced by the government.
Donc,
And the government is not helping these
le
communities.
plateau par rapport à la pratique de l'esclavage au Mali est assez noir.
So there's a lot of cases of slavery in Mali, and
thank you so much, Raishatu. There is so much more that we need to hear. There is so much more we need to see. I mean, this is so starkly parallel and similar to what is happening to other communities. But here, the difference Raishatu is telling us is there is not a law. It has not been outlawed. It has not been captured sufficiently by the justice system. And the policy has not been framed. Whether the policy is being implemented is another question. But even now, this whole system is not being criminalized. I think these are the things that we really need to take. And Raishatu very clearly shows that on the one hand, we're talking about financing for development and the climate justice, and we're talking about entrepreneurship, livelihood. But here you have at the subliminal level, below the ground level, below the zero level, you have communities who are continuously being enslaved as we are talking today. And this is something which we need to really challenge. And not just the target of 8.7. I think we need to ensure that the General Assembly drafts a declaration for the rights of the communities discriminated on work and descent. That the rights of these communities who are continuously being enslaved, whether you call it Dalit bonded labor in India, whether you call it discrimination of the Buraku in Japan, or whether you call it the communities which we are going to hear in Roma. This is the communities, whether it's in Brazil, there is no proper framework which captures this exclusion, which captures this violation, this crimes against humanity, and brings a clear law which protects and promotes their rights. I think then we can talk about sustainable development goals. So friends, we are much below the subliminal level where we can't even talk about sustainable development goals when the mere chance of existence of these communities is continuously being negated. So thank you very much, Raishatu. We are now having a lovely, passionate singer, Boy Jules from Senegal. At the age of 11, Boy Jules left Senegal and moved to the US and continued his study in the Brooklyn College. He travels now back and forth, and he's famous for his rap and his passion for music. He began to invest in himself and develop the potential to move this momentum. And he's chosen as the 2005 New York Rapper of the Week. And I'm proud to have that we have Boy Jules. There is some connectivity, but he's recorded, and we'd like to play his songs once again to show that we will not take it lying low. Over to Boy Jules.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all welcome tonight for the show we're doing tonight here in the Amity TV. We're going to talk about the slavery. If the slavery is still happening in Africa or it's still happening around the world. It been happening beginning before the NBA player, before the basketball, before the kick football, before the fighting box. And now we're here, we got the black power and the respect. But some people are wondering if the slavery is still happening. Yes, it's still happening somehow in West Africa, on the low. And this is why we gotta talk about it, and we have to send messages. We need to stop slavery. Slavery need to stop. And this is my voice we have to use to deliver it to you guys to help us. Introduce, my name is Boy Jules from Senegal, West Africa. I came from the Simel village, the smallest village, Fouta Hamadi Hunare. And this is my guy, George. And we so talented. We built so much country in America. I dedicate to my grandmothers, to my grandfathers that came from Golden Island. Some of them came from Gambia, Senegal, Guinea, and Mali. They sent us to America. And we did a lot of work in America. Our grandfathers, they built the train stations. They built all these big buildings that bring them $1 million. But why the slavery? The slavery is still happening. We're wondering why it's still happening, and we need to fight together and stop it. Thank you, Amana TV, and thank you for being here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. The show about to start right now. My name is Boy Jules from B Label, West Africa, Senegal. Stop slavery. Yes. Today, tomorrow. Mama, she's the best woman in a compliment. Name is Princess. Yeah, boy, God bless. Much love, more less. From my heart, I got to you. Your heart is beautiful. Bilai, Ramatulai. Sakhulai, Bubo. Thank you. Give to my boy. Your love is never good. You always stay for the kid. My dude, I'm a dude. That's my brother, you know. My father, Samba. Almami, Kenene. Thank you. Mommy. You told me today, tomorrow. Night and day you cannot sleep. Keeping dreaming, oh my God. Keeping pray for all your kids. Mommy, love us. Send us pray to US. This not how to tell ya this. Yeah, moi, jatu gis. Degi sama sak damatis. Shake sama sak damatis. This we miss you. Sama yai, sama why. Love bagula like that. Only yaji next gis girl. Wait. Mommy, you told me today, tomorrow. Mommy, wait today. You told me today, Mommy. 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 I miss you. Mommy. 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 I miss you. Mommy. 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 I miss you. Mommy. Mommy. Birthday, mommy. When you told me that today is tomorrow. Mommy. UN, thank you so much for having me tonight. We're still going to talk about slavery. If the slavery is still happening, we need to stop and we need to help the whole West Africa or the whole world, how the slavery is still happening, you know. And when you look back in the days, how they taken our grandmothers, how they take our grandfathers to America, and then how they kicked the Indian out to America, and the taking of America, and now who built all those buildings, all those church stations, came from black people that came from Senegal, that came from Gold Island. And tonight we're going to talk about the slavery, and we need to stop because somehow it still happens somewhere in Africa, and we're going to fight for it. UN, thank you for having me. My name is Boy Jude from West Africa, Senegal, and this is my guy, George. We're here tonight to represent the whole world. Peace.
Okay, now. Wow, thank you so much, Boy Jules. You have shaken us up. I think we need to clearly call this straight into the face and then say, we need to stop this slavery. We need to stop this slavery, whatever we call it, whether you call it scheduled caste, the caste system in India, whether you call it the Buraku in Japan, whether you call it the Roma communities and the system there, whether you call it Haratin and several others. I think this form of enslavement of one community from others need to stop. Thank you very much. And I think that's one thing very clearly you brought up. The slavery in America has been a transatlantic slavery, not just anybody from Africa, may have been, but mostly it built on the existing forms of slavery that continued. Like it continued among the people of so-called former untouchables in Asia that have been taken over all over the world, that so also from Africa, our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, and the earlier generations have been enslaved. And you are clearly telling the UN and us that you need to ensure that this system is stopped. Thank you very much, Boy Jules. And we hope we will have more of you and supporting this solidarity. I would like to just request a colleague in this journey, Lucy Atkins. She's also a strong member supporting us as the Inclusivity Project based in Mexico, Oaxaca, and committed to undoing communities, undoing discrimination based on work and descent, and supporting and taking us. A few seconds of words of solidarity from you, Lucy Atkins. Over to you. Unmute.
Can we allow to unmute, please?
Yes, I had clicked, but it hadn't taken place. Thank you very much for this opportunity to
Merci
just
beaucoup de m'avoir invité aujourd'hui. Bonjour à toutes et à toutes.
enthusiastic I am to be a board member on for TIP, the Inclusivity Project.
Je suis membre du comité d'un projet C'est un plaisir d'avoir tous les efforts qui sont réalisés par tous ces groupes. C'est important de montrer ces problèmes, de les soulever, de les montrer aux Nations Unies, car c'est un problème qui touche le monde entier. Ce sont des conditions totalement dégueulasses qui touchent
cultural interludes, because it's a culture, and music is such an important way of raising awareness throughout the world of these issues. So thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words and to be able to participate in this very important work. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy, for journeying with us, and we need many, many more people like you to ensure that we fight this struggle. We have moved from Asia to Africa, and I would like to hand this over back to Bina to take us yet to another country. Thank you very much, sisters and brothers of Africa. You have rocked us, and I think we need to continue to move. I apologize for a little slip of our time, which has taken due to some technical things, and we hope we should be able to make it. May I request Bina to take over and continue to anchor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. I'm just trying to figure out if we have our American participants here.
Hey, Bina, this is Milind. Can you hear me?
Milind? Okay, you're here. Okay, great. Because I know that you all have to leave. So now from America, from Africa, thank you very much, Paul. That was a very, very, both an entertaining session, but also very thought-provoking, looking at, both contemporary, traditional and modern forms of slavery and how caste is such a real thing in Africa. So now we'll move to, I would like to go to North America and request Milind, who is part of the Ambedkar International Mission, and I have his bio here, sorry. Yeah, he's originally from Mumbai and settled in the US for over 25 years. A BTech from IIT Mumbai, is currently working as a vice president at Morgan Stanley on Wall Street in New York. He's a staunch Ambedkarite, committed to the struggle against caste discrimination and spreading Baba Sahib's teachings internationally. Milind has been a very strong supporter for us in our work whenever we go to the US. I'd like Milind to now, the time is yours, Milind. Thank you.
Thank you, Bina. Dear friends, Opera Roma, Salve, Jai Bhim. What a wonderful program we are having tonight, and I am really very excited. It's a pleasure to be part of this global fraternity in the struggle for a common humanitarian cause. I'm Milind Avsarmol from Ambedkar International Mission, USA, also everywhere AM, and I'll be sharing the Dalit experience of discrimination in the US. As most of you may be aware, caste-based discrimination is an age-old existing practice in Southeast Asian societies. And the worst form of it is experienced by the Dalits in the form of denial of basic human rights and who are always looked down upon with contempt and hostility. Although the US cherishes the noble principle of equality and civil rights for all, it is important to take a look at these practices of discrimination, which otherwise are alien to the American society. Very unfortunately, the diaspora from South Asia, particularly from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, brings with them the same prejudices which leads to the contempt and discrimination of the Dalits domiciled in the US. And more unfortunately, since the potential victims are a very minuscule population amongst the diaspora and not the general public at large, this issue does not get the attention or intervention from the mainstream society or media. Most of the time, the Dalits are obliged to hide their Dalit identity when associating with the diaspora, being well aware of the prospects otherwise of facing reprisals ranging from social boycott to losing one's livelihood. This issue becomes even more critical in current times owing to the exponential growth in the diaspora in the last couple of decades. Particularly of concern is the corporate domain in technology sector, where Dalit employees are highly vulnerable due to high preponderance of diaspora at all levels of administration. This is aptly borne out by the recent Cisco state caste discrimination case, where a Dalit employee was subject to extreme harassment and retaliation just because his Dalit identity was exposed. So everything was all right till his Dalit identity did not come into play, but one of his old batchmates related him with that identity, and that's where hell broke loose on this person. The case is in courts at this time. Similar to that, recently there was a major case reported in New York Times where between 100 to 200 laborers from India, majority of them Dalits, were subject to all kinds of mistreatments during their employment in the Swaminarayan temple construction in New Jersey. This case is also in courts at this time. Few years back, there was another case where a Dalit man from Nepal was sacked from his employment as a waiter when his Dalit identity became known. The above instances are just the tip of the iceberg and do not tell the whole story. Additionally, most Dalits will prefer to hide their identity to escape from the horrendous consequences that one can anticipate. Moreover, caste-based discrimination also works at a subconscious and subtle level, making it difficult to identify. At this time in the US, it may not have manifested itself in its worst form of discrimination, but it is our earnest petition to the US government, as well as to the humanitarian agencies like the United Nations, to take a serious note of this dark underbelly of Dalit diaspora's lived experience and implement safeguards and policies to address this critical human rights issue. Else, the United States, known for its democratic values and commitment towards equality, fairness, and justice for all, may find itself challenged in grappling with this tricky issue once it spirals out of control, as that seems to be the course headed towards at this time. Timely addressing of this issue and taking remedial measures will ensure the freedom and dignity of the Dalits in the US, so that they can also enjoy true liberty and develop their natural abilities to their fullest potential without being subject to any duress. We specifically request intervention from the US government towards the following. Introduce in-house mandatory training at workplaces to specifically sensitize the staff to this form of discrimination. Include caste as a criteria for identifying discrimination. So currently we have criteria like race, religion, nationality, gender, sexual orientation, age, etc., etc. We would like caste also to be included as one of the criteria for identifying discrimination. Include Dalit as a factor in defining inclusivity and diversity. So there is emphasis on inclusivity and diversity in the corporate world here in the US. So the definition of diversity and inclusivity should also take into consideration the caste factor, so that Dalits are also accounted for. Next, sensitize civil administration, legal and law enforcement platforms towards this form of discrimination. This should be done at state level as well as federal level. Since this is such an alien phenomenon to the original American society, and this is something that is very prevalent and endemic to the diaspora, it is difficult even for the local Americans to understand and wrap their head around this issue. So they need to be sensitized and they need to be educated in this reality. Include caste as a discriminating factor in the implementation of Equal Employment Opportunity, EEO. So in the US, there is the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which makes sure that irrespective of the discriminating factors, which I mentioned earlier, any employment opportunity, there will be no discrimination based on those factors. And we would like caste also to be introduced as a factor to make sure that there is no discrimination in employment based on caste. Do please note that these are some of the suggestions to initiate the process and do not form an exhaustive list of resolutions. Lastly, I'd like to conclude by welcoming other fraternal DWD groups in the US to partner with AIM to take our common cause forward. I am aware of the Friends of Africa group, which is also very active in this struggle for our African communities. Similarly, the Roma community from Europe is also active in the US. Since there is so much common ground between our struggles, our histories, and our pathos, we look forward to joining hands to make our voice more effective and take our humanitarian struggle forward. And before I conclude, I'd like to thank the organizers of this wonderful event, particularly Paul and Bina, for giving AM an opportunity to share our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Milind. This is how caste is, these systems are carried on by, the diaspora when they go to countries like US, and caste is also practiced there. Thanks so much, Milind. I'd really like to appreciate Milind and his wife, Nandita, who are very good friends of ours, but who are great supporters who open their house freely when we go and have 10 to 12 people living in their house at one time to support us. Thank you very much. I also acknowledge Minil Thamke if he's here too. These are people we count on and are great supporters of course, from the community, but also supporting us whenever we go there and our communities and giving our young people opportunities to, they go out of their way. So really appreciate and thank you very much for being here. Quickly, I would like to request the next performer who will be reciting a poem. He's Mr. Vikas Khere, also from the Ambedkar International Mission from North America. So Mr. Khere, I think we can play. He has sent us a recording.
Yes, please.
Jai Bhim. This is Vikas Khere from Pennsylvania, United States. I am reciting Marathi Bhim Geet. It translates, and the gist of the song is still the downtrodden, they are not getting justice in the court of law. And so to tackle that, we have to be united.
Deepanshu?
There is some technical flaw again. I'm sorry. We will play. We will play this later. Can you invite?
Yes. I'm I'm a little bit. 1 second. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll just go to the. Paul, can you introduce the next? Because I'm not able to. Yeah, I'm not able to get it on our list here.
Welcome. Friends, we will have Mr. Vikas a little once the technical thing is done. I would like to now call and invite, very happy to invite Nivedan Singh, who is a music producer, actor, activist, and a director. His most recent work includes senior program direction with the National Music Education, which is a non-profit, and Notes for Notes, primarily looking at selecting talent from the communities which are vulnerable and marginalized in the US. He also is Dalit origin. He's a Dalit himself and has been an activist pursuing the rights in his own way. Nivedan has aimed, he's a short film, an animated short, has been featured in academic conferences, educational programs throughout the US. He's the lead singer and the founding member of the musical group Sleep Away Camp. You can find him in YouTube, and you can find him in several other Spotify and several other music things. He lives in Nashville, Tennessee, which is the capital of the music capital of the world. And I'd like to invite Nivedan Singh. Over to you, Nivedan.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be an Indian-born Dalit here in America, performing in several music groups and hosting several podcasts and being a part of the arts and activist community here in Nashville, Tennessee. Because of growing up in a very activist-driven household, Cass was always at the forefront of my mind as a child, with parents like Prince and Roja Singh, who were very adamant about understanding and relating to my Dalit identity at a young age and advocating for those who suffer at the hands of this gross, unjust system that, as we've heard today, has been replicated and copied across the globe. So it's really good to be here together speaking as members of the enslaved diaspora internationally, and to be able to create and thrive and generate art in the midst of that, I believe, is one of our most powerful tools. Here in America, obviously in the last 6-7 years, we've been hearing a lot about the Black Lives Matter movement, which is just the current form, the most recent iteration of the same civil rights movement that we've all been fighting for hundreds of years. This is just the most recent, the most viral, you might say, and the most visible example of that movement. Here in Nashville, Tennessee, we are actually host to a very spotted and difficult past with the United States Confederacy, which, as we know, in the 1800s were defeated in the Civil War, advocating for the ability for states to maintain the unjust system of slavery here in America. And here in the South, we have a lot of folks that are very adamant about keeping that memory and that history alive by way of statues, by way of politicians with ties to groups like the KKK, historically infamous, unjust, genocidal groups in our American history here. So here in Nashville, in our Supreme Court building, we actually had a statue of Nathan Bedford Forrest, who is the first Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, basically a war criminal who systematically and with prejudice executed 300 black soldiers at Fort Pillow. And there's a statue to him in the Supreme Court building here in Nashville, Tennessee. The bust is the first thing that you see when you enter the Supreme Court building. So last summer, we actually were part of an occupation to have the statue removed. And I can actually share just a few images here from that protest. These are some of the protests that happened in Nashville. This is Broadway is the main strip, the main tourist strip here in Nashville, Tennessee, and it was powerful to see all these protesters there on streets that are normally filled with partiers. We were filled with protesters that day, and this is all of us taking a knee in remembrance of George Floyd, who was executed in public by a police officer through suffocation by way of a knee on his neck for upwards of 8 minutes. This is the statue of Nathan Bedford Forrest, and we actually created petitions and occupied this space here. You can see behind them this plaza in front of the Tennessee Capitol building to take down the bust. I was actually arrested during this process. We were held for about 6 hours here in intake services, arrested by the Nashville or the Tennessee State Police. They called us campers and did everything they could to get us out, but we occupied for about 3 months. And this is actually a picture of me here in front of there addressing the unjust governor. This is what we were met with. These are Tennessee State troopers, a veritable militia that was used to fight these kids here. We're just students. We had guitars and bicycles, and they had automatic weapons and tear gas. We were proud to announce this year that the statue was actually removed this past August. There's video of the statue being rolled away where it will be put in a museum or somewhere else. Ideally, I'd like to see it at the bottom of the Cumberland River, but we'll see what time brings. This is the group. These are the People's Plaza activists, the Capitol Hill protesters, that I was honored to be a part of that movement here in Nashville, Tennessee. I am also, like I said, to be able to have a platform to speak about these things, it helps to have outlets and ways to connect with the community in terms of art and creativity. The way that I know how to do that is writing songs. Obviously, last year, while all these protests were happening, we were also quarantined, so we couldn't actually go out as much as we wanted to. And every time we went out into a protest, we were sort of risking our lives with COVID, but we did it anyway. And during that time, I actually was able to compose a song with the group that I'm in. but we couldn't see each other to make the song because of COVID protocol. So we actually all recorded it individually and then put it all together in post-production. So I'd like to share this song and leave you with this song today. This is my musical group called Sleepaway Camp. It's 3 words. You can find us on YouTube. And this is a song called Cold Rewind.
This'll be my lowest yet. I can't even smoke another cigarette. Everything I do just because you're watching. Everything you said, maybe it was temporary. Shaking all the dust away, breaking all the promise that I never made. Every single day this ain't getting lighter. Every release you break won't because of all the spiders. Don't tell me how to break my heart. You can't get it right. Just say that you won't ever leave. This story's got a dismal end. To share it's not fine, 'cause I'm never going outside. Never going outside. Would you say you got this now? Loving someone else could be your ticket out. Can't we just change at similar paces? I can't replace you, how could I try? Smoking on a balcony, guess I got a lot of life ahead of me. Everything I do is just because you're watching. Everything you said, maybe it was temporary. Don't tell me how to break my heart. You can't get it right. Just say that you won't ever leave. This story's got a dismal end. To share it's not fine, 'cause I'm never going outside. Never going outside. But the stages are coming for the cure that's killing me. Gather round the solution. This apathy, this thing's not killing me. Don't tell me how to break my heart. You can't get it right. Just say that you won't ever leave. This story's got a dismal end. To share it's not fine, 'cause I'm never going outside. Never going outside.
Thank you so much for having me today, and wishing you all the best, and thank you all for all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Nivedam. Thank you. Great to have you. And we really look forward to a collective of artists and activists together and telling the UN and our own countries that you cannot take us for granted. You cannot put statues of people who have been oppressing us. We have a similar thing in India, where Manu, the person who has coded this in one of the religions here, his statue, and his person has codified caste, and his statue is there within the High Court of Rajasthan. And there has been a move to take his statue down, and I think the struggle is still going on. And in solidarity with you, and I'm glad that we have found this kind of an energy that as communities discriminated on work and dissent globally, that we need a framework and a UN declaration for the rights of the people who have been discriminated on work and dissent. Thank you very much. And I hand it over to Bina. We, the European friends and the leaders and communities are waiting, and look forward to your anchoring the next part. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Nivedan. Really inspiring to see young artists from the community. So fantastic having you. I would now like to go to Europe. With the Europe session, we have representation of the Roma community, and we start with Chipri, followed by a video of the Romani music. Chipri is, or we say Chipri, but Ciprian Valentin Nodis is a Roma activist from Bistrița, Romania. He has a BA in Environmental Sciences from the Babes Bollier University of Cluj and an MA in Public Administration at the School of Public Policy at the Central European University in Budapest. Since 2007, Chipri has been involved in many projects regarding the promotion of Roma rights and anti-discrimination at the grassroots level. Chipri, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I would like to share my screen.
Chipri, we can't hear you very well. If you can just a little bit increase the volume or...
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just show you my slide. I'm trying to share my screen.
We can see your screen already. We can see your screen.
Okay, so my name is Ciprian Nodis. I'm from Romania, and with the help of my colleague Atanas Stoianov from Bulgaria, who is also a rights expert within the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent, we have put together a presentation about our people, the Roma, and environmental racism and how this atrocity affects our communities. So can you see my presentation, my PowerPoint?
Yes, indeed. We can check. We could see your screen, and that worked fine. Unfortunately, your microphone is still very, very, very far away, and we can hardly understand you. I'm not sure exactly what the problem is. Maybe if you unplug your microphone from the computer, or verify that the connection to the microphone works, but it sounds like very, very far away.
Maybe you can just play my presentation there, send you an email.
Okay, great. If I understood you correctly, you would prefer to have the presentation that you send us via video to do that. We can I guess do that, and I would thereby hand over to the moderation to maybe already play the Roma song that we have prepared, and then maybe we can shortly afterwards play the video of Chipri, or if the presentation of Chipri is also ready, we can also go there directly. I hand it back to the moderators and to the technical team in the studio.
Hello, Johannes. So I go to the next speaker then.
Indeed, if we have the song already,
yeah.
If we have the song
Yes,
the song from the Roma community ready, that would be great.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Comuna Rata de Vest mă cheamă Ilie Pășelan, Paul Giuglea, ai la violin, e solist vocal. Muzic buco, atât de mult, taraf, de-ai duci, de la Rata, de la Clejan, județ Giurgiu. Bună ziua, bună seara, ce faci?
Akinma Legana Deși știam că n-am noroc, muguri, mugurele, marânicăm de michini-n foc, muguri, mugure, să nu crezi fără de noroc, muguri, mugure. Dacă stăm să socotesc, muguri, mugure, la vrăjitor mugure, muguri, mugure. Acum eu nu mai găsesc mugure, mugure. Mi-a spus mie brunețică, muguri, mugure, iar ascultă, mai costică, muguri, mugure. Leacul tău la mine stică, muguri, mugure. Iar ascultă, mai costică, muguri, mugure. Leacul tău la mine stică, muguri, mugure. Thank you very much. Tara of the guidance.
Can we? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Are we going back to Chipri?
I think the presentation is taking time to download. Can we go further?
Yes, if that is so, then Paul, you just take it over from here. I think over to you in Latin America.
Thank you, Bina. Friends, there is some technical problem, but we've seen the concerns. If you see this video and the music they have the performers, it's a similar community who has been involved in the sanitation work. And you have the same thing here in India. You have the same thing in Japan. You have the same thing also in the other parts. So there are other issues which I hope Chipri will be able to bring to us. I request the participants of this People's Assembly to give us a few more minutes we have a big country, big Latin America, represented by Brazil, with us, and I would like to take you over to Brazil. So thank you very much, Bina, for this section. Allow me to invite Jefferson Pereira from Brazil. He's a lawyer with masters in sustainable development from the University of Brasilia. And he also holds a postgraduate degree in environment law. And he's a proud Quilombola from the Brazilian state, Pernambuco. He's a recipient of a scholarship to research the platform of traditional territories. He's also a legal advisor to CONAC. He will share that with you. CONAC is the Confederation of National Communities of Quilombola and their articulation, and part of the executive of the National Network of Quilombola Lawyers. I invite Jefferson. He will be speaking in Portuguese. Please have the translations for those of you who don't understand Portuguese. Over to you, Jefferson. Okay. Unfortunately, we are again.
Por uma grande... Olá, companheiros, sou Gerson Pereira, advogado quilombola.
Hello, my friends. I'm Jefferson Pereira, a lawyer in Quilombola, an expert in human rights by the National Coordination of Black Communities in Brazil. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our story. I'm going to talk about one of our leaders, Nigo Bispo, which was one of them, and I'm going to cite a great author from Mulheres Quilombolas from Selma dos Santos del Dino. So she's from Quilombo, he's from Quilombo Sacro Cortume in São João do Piau, Nigo Bispo, and he says,
Fogo, queimaram canudos, nasceu caldeirões. Fogo, queimaram caldeirões, nasceu pau de colher. Fogo, queimaram pau de colher. E nasceram tantas outras comunidades que os vão cansar se continuarem queimando. Porque, mesmo que queime a escrita, não queimarão a oralidade. Mesmo que queimem os símbolos, não queimarão os significados. Mesmo que queime o nosso povo, não queimarão a nossa ancestralidade, por Nigo Bispo.
By Nigo Bispo.
Thank you so much, Jefferson. I wish we had an interpretation of that. It's very difficult to translate the poem in its spirit, but it is so clear that among the Quilombola communities, among the Brazilians, Quilombola is yet another indigenous, Afro-American, Afro-Brazilian indigenous communities within Brazil who are again being discriminated and forced into occupations and discriminated intergenerationally. I think this is one area, and I think as Lawyers Association, they are taking this up, especially on the land as well as on the issues of discrimination in access to health. Jefferson has been working very closely with the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Descent, and is connecting with the movement of communities in Brazil with the Quilombola and the rest of us who are involved with the Global Forum. I would like to now invite Versalini Francisco Dias, also from CONAC, Confederation of the National Association of Quilombola Communities in their articulation. She describes her work as being a lawyer for the people and currently works as the legal advisor at the Terre de Director. I have not pronounced it properly. And at the National Quilombola Network, called National Coordination of Rural Black Quilombola Communities. Versalini holds a master's degree in the agrarian law and bachelor's law from Federal University of Goiás, and from the Federal University of Goiás. Over to you, Versalini.
Obrigada, Paul. Boa
Thank
tarde.
you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon for everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you all, again with you. And I think this is going to be a great learning moment to hear some of our colleagues and people that fight for the same causes, that fight against the discrimination against based on work and descent. I think that our poem from Jefferson just translates a little bit about what the fight is like about for people here in Brazil. And the poem that he recited from Nego Bispo, which was one of the leaders, one of the greatest leaders in Brazil, that speaks about the destruction of the Quilombos and the Quilombolas communities in the Brazilian state in the last three centuries. The resistance, the resilience of the communities that have been discriminated against in Brazil. And then we have a friend of ours that is part of a forum. Sometimes she shows up and talks about this, Divani Maria da Silva, which is from the Creole Quilombola communities. And she normally says that slavery here in Brazil, it never ended. She says that, and along with other people in Brazil, like Ibrahim and Dominique, that also speak about slavery in the US and several different systems of slavery that are still upheld throughout all the world. And Brazil is no different. We say that slavery is bad. We say that it ended in 1888, but in practice, it still takes place in the country. And talking a little bit about this, bringing a little bit about this subject and these aggressions against the Quilombola people and Quilombola community, and after the COVID pandemic, after this World Health Crisis, and after 11th March 2020, this affects the whole Brazilian population. But well, some of the sectors in the Brazilian community were affected in a different manner. And in this context, the Quilombola communities and the Black communities relegated to the outskirts. They're going through a part of extreme vulnerability and discrimination, whether it's with the work context. And the Quilombola communities, they are subject to a greater degree of vulnerability. And when comparing it to the rest of the Brazilian population, this higher degree of vulnerability, this happens, the structural racism and institutional racism against them, and the system of slavery that happened in Brazil, which was a colony, that is still nowadays, its marks still are quite present in Brazilian society. These marks that marginalize people and leave them to the outskirts of society, and that harm the development of these groups that are part of national identity. And in this context, it's very important that it's a fundamental right for Quilombola communities which are being deprived of their rights, even the rights that are part of the Bill of Rights in the Brazilian Constitution. The Quilombola populations are over 6,000, We have over 16 million Quilombolan people, and out of these, 129 communities have been designated as Quilombola by the Brazilian state. This is a very low number. This is a very low number for the community. This community all throughout the country. It's quite clear that Quilombola communities don't have the same access to water and basic sanitation as I've talked about before. They don't have the same access to public health, to credit and finances. They don't have the same access to food, and especially in this context of the pandemic, Earth, the land is a great deal upon which the survival of these Quilombolan communities depends on, and the production of, for example, medication and traditional medicine that is produced through products of the land. And so in this context, the fights having to do with territory is one of the biggest harmful things that it's affecting the Quilombolan communities. And even with the federal constitution establishing in the Bill of Rights, the fundamental rights, the way to live and to be raised and to lead their life. We have articles 215 and 216 of the Constitution, and the non-compliance and non-upholding of the rights of these communities. We have basically an omission of state to uphold the rights and values of the Quilombolan community, to make sure that they survive in dignity, and they have suffered grave and harmful effects. And the possibility to be able to, for the Quilombolan communities to be able to produce art and to keep on with their culture. And so it was necessary for the communities to talk about this in the Supreme Court and to report these violations in the Supreme Court, these violations of the basic human rights of the Quilombolan communities. And this action took place in February, and the Supreme Court did recognize the violations. They did happen and they did affect the Quilombolan communities, but and they did go on to elaborate and implement new measures to make sure that the Quilombolan communities receive the vaccine. But until this moment, the Brazilian state has not implemented these measures. They do not guarantee the territorial or land safety. They do not uphold this right. And this is a fundamental right that also helps getting adequate food. And it's in this land, in these lands, that they produce the herbs necessary for medication, the food, and for about 40% of Brazil have difficulties. They suffer from lack of food security, and people insist on not defending the Quilombolan rights and communities. And the active participation, we require that the federal courts implement measures that may mitigate the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in the Quilombolan communities, as well as to continue to implement policies that fight racism and discrimination in Brazil, and make sure that there's enough budgetary power for that to fight against racism. And one of the biggest plights at this point is that there's enough support for the Black community in Brazil. And most of these policies were basically extinct by the federal government. So in this context that a lot of people have also already mentioned before, this process of discrimination and due to descent and origin. So I thank everybody once again. I thank everybody once again for giving me the opportunity to give a voice to Brazilian people and fight against this discrimination and the discrimination that the Quilomboan communities are subject to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Versalini. We really appreciate the fight that you're taking up and the concerns that you have brought. And it's very important that this whole discrimination in the COVID and on the issues of land that you have taken and building these bridges. What Versalini and Johannes and Givania and Jefferson and the other leaders together are also trying to build this network in Latin America, especially those of similar communities who are there in Colombia, and hopefully we'll build that links with the Mexico and other countries where these communities are there. Friends, we are coming to the end, and we have Yakuba, who's, because of technical problems, we are not able to play, and now we hope we'll close with that. Unfortunately, I'm not able to download the link that Chipri has said, so we are not able to have that. I hope we'll share that with you all. And Chipri, if you're there, if you'd like to say a few words, we'd welcome you. Yeah, can I pause if you're there?
Oh yes, I'm here, but I was thinking that maybe the guys will play the video presentation that I sent to them. Because
no, I think we will continue, and I request now Yakuba Sage Soldar and his song towards the end of our People's Assembly. Over to you.
Hey, Sage Soldar again. All right.
Ces phénomènes qui terrorisent, ils tuent nos frères de place des familles. Oh non, viens sauver nos vies. Terroriste, je vais te voir disparaître. Terroriste, je veux que tu crèves sale monstre. Terroriste, tu fais la honte de ton peuple. Terroriste, tu dois mourir dans la jungle. Terroriste, il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Terroriste, je vais te voir disparaître. Terroriste, je veux que tu crèves sale monstre. Terroriste, tu fais la honte de ton peuple. Terroriste, tu dois mourir dans la jungle. Terroriste, il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Même système, même info tous les jours. Des états qui sont faibles devant ces fous. Rendez-nous la justice, faites-nous savoir ce qui se passe dans les forêts. Faites-nous savoir ce qui se passe pour de vrai. Ennemis de la paix, circulez. On n'a plus besoin de vous. Circulez. On n'a plus rien à voir. Circulez. On n'a plus rien à dire. Circulez. Parlez-nous de justice pour ces familles endeuillées. Oh là, pardon. Avec ta cravate à deux balles. Terroriste, je vais te voir disparaître. Terroriste, je veux que tu crèves sale monstre. Terroriste, tu fais la honte de ton peuple. Terroriste, tu dois mourir dans la jungle. Terroriste, il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Terroriste, je vais te voir disparaître. Terroriste, je veux que tu crèves sale monstre. Terroriste, tu fais la honte de ton peuple. Terroriste, tu dois mourir dans la jungle. Terroriste, il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Il nous parle G5 Sahel, des forces Balkans, des forces informelles. Beaucoup de militaires au front, beaucoup de militaires qui dorment. Oh là, encore c'est la terreur qui persiste. Des terroristes qui tuent toujours. Ils font des cagoules quand l'armée est camouflée. Ils tuent mes frères soldats. Oh là, oh là. Ils assassinent mes compatriotes. Quand est-ce que tout va finir? Quand est-ce que tout va changer? Quand est-ce que tout va changer? Terrorists are killing my people day and night. However, my side is full of soldiers. Is this a geopolitical hiding game? Why is my country still on the terrorist dollars? What's happening? What's happening? Je vais te voir disparaître. Terroriste, je vais que tu crèves sale monstre. Terroriste, tu fais la honte de ton peuple. Terroriste, tu dois mourir dans la jungle. Terroriste, il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Terroriste, je vais te voir disparaître. Terroriste, je veux que tu crèves sale monstre. Terroriste, tu fais la honte de ton peuple. Terroriste, tu dois mourir dans la jungle. Terroriste, il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Soldiers Zion, we're not against fire. Give thanks and praise to the Almighty One. God, Blaze. Il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Il faut que tu brûles dans le fire. Il faut que tu brûles dans
Thank you for that great music. We missed it earlier, so it's great that we could have it now. I'd just like to acknowledge and request some guests I'd like to mention. I know several of them have left, but I would really like to request Pierre. Pierre, if you're here, if you can say a few words, if somebody can unmute Pierre. He has been part of our journey since Durban conference. Pierre, are you there?
I am here, Bina.
Yes, please, Pierre. You can just say a few words of solidarity.
And also about the World Social Forum, it will be good if you can quickly say a few words. Thank you, Pierre.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Pierre from the Forum Connect Collective. We are a group, a transcontinental group with presence in Africa, Asia, and Europe, a small group. We try to propose webinars on what is the World Social Forum and explain this very specific and interesting format of organizing to foster articulations at national and trans-regional and world levels. And I'm pleased to see that CDWD is something that has been growing also maybe with the participation in social forums. So it's very interesting to see the span of the articulation you've managed to build, which is embodied in this assembly. They're probably the next step can be some kind of articulations for some worldwide action days or whatever that could be built within such a network. So I just wanted to say that the World Social Forum process is alive, and there is an upcoming manifestation of this process next May around a meeting in Mexico, blending physical and online participation, and maybe fully online participation in some ways. So there is plenty of opportunity for the people in Japan, in Brazil, in Africa, in South Asia, in Europe, to articulate themselves further using moments online, and maybe going to a kind of assembly, self-organized assembly that this network can propose in the WSF space, and have build statements signed by solidarity by many organizations, and call for support on decentralized action days, whatever. It's up to the people in the network to imagine those modes of action, and prepare them through deep dialogues and sharing visions, and then also sharing commitments to some initiatives of action. So I think there is a great potential in the network you've managed to build, and I look forward to the participation that this network can have in the World Social Forum during the upcoming months.
Thank you, Pierre. I'd like to now request Father Aloysius to say a few words. I know that you've been with us since evening, so please say a few words here. Father Aloysius is the advisor to the Global Forum on Communities Discriminated by Work and Dissent.
Thank you, Dina, and thank you, Paul, and thank you for all the organizers. It was a very fascinating experience, I should say. For the 4.5 hours, I've been sitting and watching and listening. Very fascinating journey. It's not simply an experience, a journey. You have led us all, I think, from starting from South Asia, go to Japan in East Asia, Far East, and then back to Africa, then to Europe, then the US, and finally to Latin America. Fantastic. And three things that occurred to me about our communities as I listened to the interventions. Three things, three vulnerabilities. Number one is the what you call the way the world looks at our communities as if it is a non-existent community, as a community which has no life worth living. That's a sort of a feeling that I have. Secondly, tremendously our community has been involved in labor, unorganized labor. Fantastic work that we have done, but we have been considered as unorganized labor. Thirdly, I find also this question of enforced slavery. On the other hand, I find also now, listening to all these, I find now there is a tremendous amount of energizing that is happening, empowerment that is happening. It's really very, very, very hopeful. And therefore, I had mixed feelings today. On the one hand, I was feeling very painful about the vulnerabilities. Secondly, also, I was feeling very, very angry. Particularly, some of the sharings really shook me. Africa, Japan, and shook me, and India. And some sharing also in Africa also, definitely. At the same time, I had the feeling of hope also, a tremendous hope. And wonderful networking that we have created, and I look forward to. I wish very much that we, as Pierre mentioned just now, we strengthen our network very much in terms of having a few more, not too many, but a few more of such gatherings, taking up the issue of women, taking up the issue of children. I think that will be good. And also I would feel if we can have another gathering where we can specifically focus on resistance and achievements and victory. Resistance, struggle, achievement, that also will give us a tremendous hope. And finally, as Paul mentioned in one of his interventions, I think all of us should work towards a UN declaration. I think that will be a great achievement. I suppose we can set the target for the next 3 years, target, and then work towards a UN declaration so that our community gets recognized and we can stand on our own feet. Because I think what ultimately matters is the sovereignty of the people, not the territorial sovereignty of the nation states, but the sovereignty of the people. Thank you very much, Meena, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot. And we wish the organization well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for all your support. I'd like to request Annie Namala to say a few words. She's a convener of Vadana Toda Abhiyan, which is the Indian GCAP, or the Indian, the Global Call to Action Against Poverty based in India. So I don't know, I can't see Annie now, but if you're there and if somebody can unmute her, please. Okay, then maybe probably, I don't know, I'm not able to see, so we will just, Paul, if you can join me. I'd also like to, can somebody do the pinning, please? I'd also like to acknowledge I'd also like to acknowledge Mrs. I see, I'm just looking through to see who all are here still, but I know many of them. I'd like to acknowledge Lucy Shamsundar, who's here with us, and also Mr. Solomon Namala, who's here with us. Thank you all for joining. I think we have come to the end of a very exciting journey in the last 4 hours, from all the countries in Asia to moving to Africa, Europe, and Latin America. This has shown us that the fabric that is connecting us across these different countries is the fact that we are all discriminated based on work and descent. It's not only a problem in India, but it's a problem in Africa, it's a problem in Japan, it's a problem in Latin America, and it is a problem in Europe. Many times when we think of caste, the first thing that we think about is we think about Asia, but it's not only Asia. I would like to, from the bottom of my heart, thank each and every speaker who today spoke at this panel from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal. I will not go into the names, but thanking all of you because we don't have time. And I think many of them, for some, I know Megumi-san is still here for her. It's 12:30 in Japan. So thank you for being with us. But I know many people would like to leave, but so I will not go into names. But thank you very much, each of you, who have contributed significantly, not only to this, but to be part of this journey, to take us through. I would like to thank, this is not possible without a team that has been sitting, over, I think, 1 month, Paul, maybe, about a month now, trying to organize, put things together, bring this together. So Johannes, I would like, as I say the name, because it's important that people see you. I know many times we don't get to see, but if Johannes can be also spotlighted, who has been coordinating this, putting this together, bringing all the teams together. So Johannes, can somebody spotlight? You can remove me and put the Johannes if it's not allowed. Dipanshu, some can spotlight Dipanshu. Dipanshu is our technical head, sort of, to speak, putting this together, bringing all the technical stuff. He has been working behind the scenes. We don't get to see him, sometimes he just refuses to come, but he's our technical head putting all this together. We have somebody who's coordinating all this, Vinay. Also behind the scenes, Vinay, if you can also, I don't know if you can join Dipanshu, maybe if you're on the same screen, then you can also join Vinay. I'd like everybody to see you all. So Vinay, who is the boss of all of us, sort of to speak, pulling us up, telling us what is not done. So Vinay, we can't see you, but if you can come up there, perfect. That's Vinay. And Nayantara, I don't know where Nayantara is, but Nayantara is the one who puts these scripts together. She's our director, sort of to say that, she puts the scripts and almost director/producer maybe, putting the scripts together, making us rehearse. So Nayantara, if somebody can pin, I don't know if she's there, or maybe she's not there. And definitely one important person, Srijan. Srijan is actually, what should I say, director, producer, and top of all this. He's the one who's also putting, giving us these technology spaces, and teaching us and making us do these new technological inventions, like having a studio. We're not used to such things. So thanks so much. This is the team that's putting together. And of course, bringing all this together, I must not forget Paul Divakar, who has been tirelessly working. I think the last few weeks, he's just only slept 2 hours every day, but also making us not sleep in the nights. So thank you for that, Paul, and thank you for all the support and pushing us to do this and bringing all these communities across the globe together is something that Paul has been dreaming about with a team with him. I think he's done some excellent work in putting this together. It is not easy, even though it's an online thing, it's not easy. In fact, it's more difficult, the online. So thank you, Paul. And Paul, over to you, if you would like to say a few words. Paul? He's frozen. Paul?
Global Assembly. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So friends, of course, we have all dwindled. I would like to really thank all the interpreters. We have gone over by 45 minutes. Thank you so much, without whom we really would not have managed. I know many of you have been continuously with us. This Global People's Assembly is part of the Global Assembly. And we are having a march tomorrow at 2 o'clock GMT. And please calculate it. And we would like at least several of you to come and then put forth our demands to the Youth General Assembly in India. And please take this and join us at the Global March. The link is there, and we would like you to come and with your chants. Be a virtual march, but it's the real march of all of us that we take, and that is at tomorrow, 23rd September, 2 p.m. And thank you very much. And we invite this People's Assembly adjourned and Highway, Opraroma, Salve, and down with slavery, down with casteism, and we will win.